Welcome, creative faces, to Creative Sound live stream. If you're new around here, please feel free to subscribe to our channel and like us on Facebook. Also follow us on IG and Twitter. Beware, these streams are longer than our usual content due to detailed breakdown workflow and interaction with our live audience. We encourage everyone to ask questions via the live chat box if you have one. We aim for positivity, so keep your negative thoughts to yourself. Grab your paintbrushes. Let's paint. What's up, creative faces? My name is Ella from Creative Sound. Welcome, guys, to the live stream. We are live right now, which means you can ask your questions live on air, and I will answer your question. I'll do the best I can. But I usually do well with answering everybody's questions. So I wanted to go live this evening and focus the stream more so towards beginners, right? If you are a beginner beat maker and you're using Studio One and you want to know more about making music in Studio One, this is the stream for you. I'll do the best I can to break everything down. I've been a Studio One user since Studio One 3.0. Actually, I had 2.0, but I had the version 2, the artist version. My background is coming from Logic Pro, right? That's my background. I started in Pro Tools. That was years and years and years ago. I started out in Pro Tools, but I even started even before then, but we're not gonna go there. So just digitally, right? Pro Tools, what was it, 7 point something LE? That's the version I had. And then I migrated into Logic Pro and been using Logic Pro for a very long time. I've been using Logic Pro since what was it, 8.0, I think. Yeah, I got into Logic when it was 8.0, 9.0, and then the tip of 10 or X, Logic Pro X. And then I made the switch when Studio One 3 came out, and I've been using 3 ever since then. So that's about maybe 5-6 years ago now, right? And I have a bunch of video tutorials on this channel already, right? I am the guy that also dibble and dabble outside of Studio One. I play inside of Ableton Live, Bitwig. I have Reason on my system. What else do I have? I got Cubase. I kind of dibble dabble around or whatever for different purposes, but my main my main home, like where I live most of the times, is in Studio One. So if you got any questions about Studio One, if you have any questions about the SQ, the Atom SQ, if you got any questions about the Atom pads, you got questions about the IO Station 24C, which is what I'm using on my desk. You have questions about the monitors. I only have the Ares 5s right now. If you have any questions about the way integration works with Native Instruments Complete Control and how it works as DAW integration with Studio One, I use Machine. Machine is always connected to Studio One, which is a part of my workflow. When you working from Machine, Machine is it's a different type of beast. It's a different type of workflow. So that's something I'm not going to go into on this stream. I may answer a few questions depending on where you guys are coming from. If you guys don't mind, let me know where you're tuning in from. I am from Dallas by way of Chicago, Illinois. I was born and raised in Chicago. Currently in Dallas, Texas. Been here for about 5 years and I love it. And so if you guys don't mind, just chiming in, like where are you guys from? Let me know where you guys from. We are doing this live right now. Saying what's up to Javion. What's up, bro? What's up? B number is in the house. Appreciate you for coming out. Appreciate it. Yes, Devin, we are live. Appreciate you coming out, man. Salute to you, man. Ron, what's up? Ron is here. What's going on? Chi Memes is here. What's up? What's going on? Hey, Gabe. What's up, Gabe? How you doing? What's going on? Looking forward to begin a stream. Absolutely. I'll do the best I can to let you guys know what's going on. Mississippi is here. Javion is from Mississippi. Appreciate it. Mississippi's in the building. All right. So in the description area of this video, before we get started, I'd like to let you guys know that if you're interested in Studio One, there is a link somewhere in the description area. Those links, or any links for that matter in the description area, are affiliate links. It's the same as if you was to go and click on any other link. It takes you there. It doesn't cost you anything more. It just helped me out, to channel out, because I'm not making any money sharing with you guys tips and tricks for free, right? So if you decide you want Studio One, you can go through the link and help support the channel. I have other links on there. There's Amazon links on there of all of the gear that I'm using or that I love to use. There's a list of things that say you want to get these same speakers. I think I have a hard drive in there. I have the interface here. I'm using the Studio 192. That's my interface. It's the mobile version. That's also in the list. The keyboard's in the list. Everything I use is in the list. So if you guys don't mind visiting, whatever links, and make your purchase through those links. And there are replicable links, right? I'm not taking you to nothing foreign. I'm taking you to the links that many people shop at, and it was the real deal. Louisiana is here. Louisiana is in the building. Appreciate you, Ron, for sharing that, which is right up the street from Dallas. Hazel is here. What's faster, live or S5? Now, that's a good question. It depends. It depends on your workflow. It depends on what you're trying to do, what you're trying to achieve. Live might be fast because it has clip launch, right? But if you don't understand how to use clip launch, then that will be slower for you, right? It just really depends on what you're trying to do. Studio One seems to be user friendly for some people, but I was talking to somebody the other day and they was like, Studio One is not user friendly. I was like, wow. But see, it just depends on where you come from. If you grew up, well, not grow up, but if you started out on the Machine, right? That's your first DAW, and you just want to move up a step above, you know what I mean? Because you want to get into recording vocals and mixing and things like that, then Machine is limited, right? You can only do so much. So Ableton Live might be easy for you. That might be a smooth transition. For me, coming from Logic because of the linear workflow, when I switched over to Studio One, it was easy for me because I was already familiar with the workflow. It was pretty similar. Also, Pro Tools, if you're a Pro Tools user and you switching over from Studio One, it can seem rather similar, like you're familiar with the layout. You know what I mean? It kind of, those type of dolls are familiar to you. So it just really depends on where you're coming from in your workflow. Now, the cool thing about Ableton Live is that it supports both workflow. So Ableton Live has a workflow benefit when it comes to like working, because you got both style. You working from clips and then you working from linear. So it's like it's even more powerful when it comes to that. Bitwig is the same, almost the same as Ableton Live, just so you know. Um how to make music a priority for everyday work? That's a good question. That's gonna also depend on you, like what you're doing. Um, yeah, just if you're someone just starting out and you don't have any obligations, like you work a 9 to 5 job, things like that, then it's easy for someone like you to be able to make music a priority or whatever, versus someone who works a full-time job and has a family and other obligations or whatnot. So I mean, it just really, you just gotta, like, if music is gonna be the priority, then you definitely got to make that a priority. You know what I mean? Like if you're trying to get good at it, and you know, yeah, yeah. All right, so let's dive into Studio One. Let's dive straight in. So Studio One here, we got Studio One 5. This is the latest. This is the latest version. Studio One 5. Studio One 5 was released last year, 2020, and we are already in what, Studio One 5.1, I believe. Yeah, Studio One, yeah, point one, something like that. All right, so this is the first page you will see. So like, again, this stream is dedicated to the beginner. So this is the startup page, and you have different things you can go to. Like this is the main page. You have the project page, you got a show page, and then you got a song page. And those are the different pages. So basically what that is, and I'm not going to go through all of those right now, but project is for like the next step after you create a song and you want to, take it to the mastering stage. That's what the project page is really for. And then the show page is for like if you perform a live on stage, right? That's what that's set up for. And so I'll talk about that at another time. But basically, this is the main page. You can set up a artist profile. You can also connect to SoundCloud if you have a SoundCloud account. Here's the news feed, which is really good. I enjoy this. This is like Persona's blog when they got new stuff going on or whatever, and they'll put it up. Here's just it's your blog view. Here's your demo tutorial section, which will be filled with like tutorials and demo songs, whatever, just kind of help you get a gist of how Studio One works if you care for that. You can also toggle between song, projects, shows, right? Just like these tabs here at the top, right? I'm gonna go to recent files. Actually, I have a song loading now. And the cool thing about Studio One is that you can have two, or no, not two. Why did I say that? You can have several songs loaded at the same time. I only have one right now because I'm just showing you guys some stuff from scratch. But that's pretty much how that goes. You can also set up your interface from the page here, like even before you hit the preference. You don't have to hit preference. You can just set that stuff up from here. And basically what this is I've gotten an alert from the group, the Discord loop, the Discord group. You guys want to, like, also in the description, go all the way down in the description. There's a link to the Discord. So if you want to keep the conversation going, you have more questions about what we're talking about, and you just, need help, there are several of us in that group that's willing to help you. So you beginner, that's a great group to be a part of. If you have Discord, join that group. Now, in that group, I've gotten a couple of topics I can talk about, and one of them being that interface. So let's talk about interface. So some of you guys might wonder, like, you hear the lingo interface. Why? What is that? Why do I need that? Or if I need it? The only time you need an interface, the interface is basically the device that connects to your computer. And if I can, I may just go ahead and just grab one of them for you. Hopefully it's not connected. Let me disconnect it right quick and just kind of show you what this looks like. So I have a small interface. This is like my mobile interface. And basically what this is, it connects to your computer via USB, right? And this one has two mic pre's on it. So you plug XLR in here, 1 and 2. This is, or it could be left and right, depending on how you bring up an audio channel, right? Because you can do mono, which means 1. Most of the times it's in the center. Or you can do stereo, which is 1 and 2, or left and right. Left ear, right ear, or switch it around depending on how you're looking at me. But yeah, and then there's a headphone jack in the back of this. And this is like really basic standard. You guys seen something or something similar to this, like a something by Focusrite. Focusrite is pretty popular. This one is by Personas. And on here you have phantom power, which is for condenser mic. But why would you need something like this? Well, if you're recording vocals, you will need an interface to record vocals, and it connects to Studio One. And I'm not going to go deep into that right now. We're just talking about Studio One, but that is a topic that I was asked to speak on. If you're not recording vocals or not like a guitar or something like that, then you really don't need this. You really don't need this for Studio One. You can just plug a headphone straight into the headphone jack of your computer, and you can get going, right? But if you find that you want to record vocals and things of that nature, then you will need something like this. This interface is what handles the audio that goes through here, and it goes through the USB port, and it receives signal through your computer. And then you have the option to adjust the input levels of your mic on this thing. You know what I mean? So that's how you do that. And you can monitor the levels coming through here. And there are different devices that's made a little different, but they all pretty much the same thing. But that's how that goes. And then you can, if you got a set of monitors like you see right here, you can have monitors. But if not, that's not a big problem. The other cool thing that I want to share with you guys with when you making music, it is a good idea to have a external hard drive connected to your computer, because if you don't, then that means you're putting everything on your internal computer, and that will slow your computer down. It will give you problems in the long run. You may have a big hard drive, you may have a terabyte hard drive, and you may have, you just may have the space on your internal hard drive. But over time, things will build up, and you will be doing more and more and more stuff, and your computer performance will slow down. So that's why it's good. It's a good idea to get in the habit of just using the external hard drive. I use an external hard drive when I'm using plugins, like instrument plugins that comes with audio content, right? Because the plugin has to live on your computer. But then if it comes with like audio content, like for instance Native Instruments, which is a popular one, if you installing stuff like that on your computer, it's a good idea to have an external hard drive, and it needs to be big enough to handle the type of space for that, because instruments and sounds and samples and things like that could be huge, right? So I just wanted to just go through some of that stuff. All right, so if we go back to Studio One, let's look at the questions, the QA. Let's see where we at, and see what type of questions we got, or if we have any. And feel free, guys. Don't be shy. Ask me whatever you like. Do you start with a song by idea or by tempo? Wild question. No, it's not a wild question. That's a good question. It depends. It depends. So if I have a idea in my head, yeah, I usually would like tap the tempo, and that's actually a good question. So if we go to the song, I can show you. So down here at the bottom, you know, so the tempo is usually just like what Chi was saying. The tempo is how fast or how slow the song is, right? That's a very good point to bring up. So the way to do that. So if you got something like a beat in your head, you just you vabbing out or whatever. What you can do is tap tempo. Like there's this word called tempo at the bottom of Studio One. You just tap it 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the tempo will change accordingly, right? There's another thing that I have like Studio One is good for um having customized key commands. So in my case, I could just hit my T button 1, 2, 3. So the letter T on my keyboard it becomes the tap tempo, right? So that's another way of doing that. The way you do that, in case you was wondering how do I do that, um, you go here inside of preference and you go to keyboard shortcuts. So say like for instance, like if your window was like this, right? So you go to preference, then you go to keyboard shortcuts, which is the next tab, the bottom tab. And then you could type in tap tap tempo, right? And then you come here on this side. This is your transport. And then you click here where it says enter key. And then you just type in the key that you would like to use, tap tempo. Now, if you decide to use a key that's already assigned to something, this is what it will look like. It will pop up. Now, if you don't care about that, then you can just go ahead and assign it, overwrite it. Um, if you type in something, it will be, if it's clear, then you can use that. I tend to use a combination of keys that makes sense to me, like T for tap tempo, T for tap tempo makes sense to me, so I'll go ahead and save that. Um, Another one, for instance, when I hit B, B is like for bounce or browser. Yeah, it's for browser. It's when I hit Command B, that's for bouncing. So yeah, so B for bounce. I mean, I keep saying bounce or browser. Like for instance, see, this is B for bounce. So in terms of like that question I gotten earlier, which one is faster, Live or Studio One? I'll say I don't know. In Live, you got to learn their key commands, right? In Studio One, you make your own key commands. So in that instance, I don't know. I like using Studio One because I can just drag over something, right? I can come in here, I can look at the pictures as opposed to the name, or if I'm looking at a name, it comes up like this, and I could just drag it in. But we're really not doing a comparison between live because that's two different workflows. So if I'm using a basic instrument, right, my tie is probably basic enough. You see how I was able to just drag it over? So anywhere you can drag it anywhere in the Ranger. I see some people drag it all the way over here. That's not necessary, although that still works. You don't have to do that, but you can just drag it anywhere in here. That will work. Let me move this so you guys can see everything that's going on. Yeah, so this is the instrument. All right, so the next thing I like to talk about is probably a question that I get a lot of times: how to connect or how to get my instrument that I'm using. I have a MIDI instrument. I want to use the keyboard. I want to use the pads. How do I get that to be recognized? No problem. I'm glad you asked that question. So you go back to preference again. And the way you get to preference, actually, let me do that again so you guys can see. So if I go here to file, actually, my face is covering up, but I'll just walk you through it. So you go to you go to Studio One. That's where you go, and then you go to where it says Preference. I promise you, behind my picture it says Preference. I promise you, I wouldn't steer you wrong. So this is Preference, right? And then you go to Audio Setup. No, External Devices. You go to the External Devices, and then you click Add. And what Personas tried to do was they tried to recognize all of the popular keyboard MIDI devices, but sometimes it's not in here. Like there was one time where Native Instruments did not have all of these. It was just the machine, which was the machine version 2. But now we have all these other extra pretty cool things that they now have, right? So if you have a keyboard, you look for your keyboard. If you have something by Mackie, no, actually Mackie would be like a universal deal. But like, say for instance, you have like I don't even know what this is, but like, say you had an instrument by them, or say you had a like I don't know what's popular. Akai. Akai is pretty popular. NPD pad or something like that. You can just go ahead and just grab it in, put it in there. That's pretty popular. Just look for the one, the correct model, and you can just go ahead and bring it in. But if you have a keyboard that's not being recognized by any of these, this is where you will go and bring in either a Mackie control, and it just really depends on what you're doing, actually. If you need help with that, then that's where you go to the Discord, the link in the description area, and then we can talk offline and just talk about how to connect you if that's something you care about. But most of the time you just go to new instrument, and then you go from receive from whatever instrument you have in this list, whatever, and you just say receive from, and then most of the times you say send to that same instrument. I'm not going to bring anything in because I don't have anything. All of my instruments is already recognized. So that's pretty much how that goes. So I have several of these like already connected, and the next time you come out of Studio One and go back in there and launch it again, all of that should already be saved. This is nothing you have to do every time. However, if you're not connected to your computer at the time that you launch Studio One, it will kind of give you an alert saying, hey, you're not connected, and then you just go and reconnect or just plug your piano in. All right, so let's go. Let's talk a little bit more about Studio One. So the top bar, you have smart controls. You know what I mean? This is for your editing. It gets a little bit complicated. Well, not complicated, but from a beginner standpoint, things do get kind of complicated because it's like, what is all this? What does this do? So you have your smart control. This is for editing. So you got your selector. Then like this is your mouse selection. So like you can select on things. Like for instance, like this is, select on things. And then you have the selector here, which actually selects. It's like it selects stuff within things, and then you can, like, if you double click, it cuts. That's just kind of how that works. Or you can use the cut tool and just cut whatever you want, go between wherever, right? Or you can delete like this. And I'm going to tell you, I don't use all these. I just don't. What I do if I need to delete something, it's just simple for me. You just select on it and just hit delete on your keyboard. You know what I mean? Like that's just kind of how I do it. So that's probably a quick way of doing things instead of switching to. But it's there. It's there right there. You can use it. Hey, they provide it. Hey, might as well, right? This one is probably like a complicated tool. We're gonna go deeper later on. I'm not gonna talk about that right now. So your bend tool, your mute tool, these tools. I'm gonna tell you right now, the tool that I use most of the times is the selector tool and the cursor tool. Select and then range tool. That's what they call it. And then sometimes I use a cut, whatever. Quantize. This is a different topic. You gotta know. They gotta know your beats, but typically you want it at 1/16. That's like default, I guess. But according to like quantization, meaning locking your beat to the tempo, you know, this is where that comes in at. But again, if you need help with that, we can talk more about that. And then snap. This is how you snap things to the grid. So for instance, if I can show you like how this works. So if I have this in here, right? If I have this off, I'm gonna zoom in a little bit and show you guys like how that works. So if I have this off, you see how smooth, and you might want to do this sometimes. And this also works for MIDI, the MIDI notes. See how smooth that is? I can come between here. But if I have the snap on, it's going to snap. Boom, boom, boom. You see how it snaps? Everything just kind of snap to a grid. So this is toggle on and off. This one is like editing audio. We'll do that later. That's not really important right now, but I do use this a lot. I'm using it now in this other project, as a matter of fact. Anything else worth auto scroll is like, let me see. If I zoom in, this is how auto scroll works. If you see how the bottom react, if I come here at the top, if this is on, it's like auto scroll is just always like you'll see that line always in front of you, and then the numbers up top change because it's like it's going forward. It's like next page, next page. So that's what auto scroll is. I can turn it off, and then I'll lose my line because I'm still looking at bar 18, right? Anyway, let's get more into making beat. I just wanted to go over like simple stuff right quick. All right, so to get up a new track, I mean, you could do add a track. You could go this route. You know, it's there. You could do that, but you can say, okay, let's go for an instrument, or I want to go for automation. I never really do that. I never do that. As you guys saw me earlier, I just drug over my tie, and it was simple as that. All right, so if you're not a keyboard player like me, I'm not a keyboard player. You can do one or two things. Hit I. I is information. And you can go for a note effects. So we got different type of like effects that we can like put in here. Like if we want an arpeggiator or we want a quarter, I'm gonna go for a quarter. Just off of rip. And right here, you can be creative and come up with pretty cool chords. Like, let me see. Let me go to. So, which means turn this down some. And I'm not going to go real deep into how this works, but this is something that I feel that could be like a jump start when helping you come up with pretty cool ideas. Basically, you not click, but you hit one note, or you can do it, or you can click in here. If say you someone that don't have a MIDI keyboard connected, you can also hit what's called the caps lock on your keyboard, and you can just click on the keyboard. All right, so I'm gonna go an octave down, and it's by hitting the arrow button. Let's see. Oop, hit the wrong thing. Let's reactivate that. Right, so all I did was hit the octave. This is the octave. You can kind of see it here. So the octave down is because I need to get to these notes right here. So C2. Right, right. All right. Let's see, don't switch. Okay. All right. Just checking my messages or whatever. All right, so I don't know. Do I want to keep those chords? Let me get out of this because I'm using the MIDI keyboard. All right, so I'm gonna go back into my tie right quick, and we're just gonna play with like getting the right sound that we want. All right, so my tie is a instrument that is native to Studio One. It's a small number of instruments that Studio One has, right? Which is cool because I don't really use these instruments in here. Sometimes I use my tie, but I use a lot of third party instruments, which is a cool thing because um I just have better sounding instruments. But this you can make my tie sound really good though. Like I say, I use it sometimes. So there's my tie, there's presence, and then there is, let me show you right quick. So my tie is pretty much your synthesizer. So you like synth type sounds, bass, bells, leads, pads, things, synthy type sounds. But then there is another there's another one in here called presence. Presence handles more so your like acoustic style instruments like bass guitar or like your live type sound, bass guitars or strings or orchestral type stuff. There is pads in here as well. Here's the list, like organs, pianos, like this is the type of stuff that presence represent. This is presence lane right here. And then you have another one called Impact. Now I use Impact a lot. Impact is like the drum sampler, so to speak. I just have to spell it right, and then it pops up. So yeah, this browser here, you just type in whatever you want, and it pops up. It has a picture of it, and it brings it over. So this is the sampler here, and here are different presets. So I can go to a preset. All right, so that's how that goes. And then they have this thing called a sampler in here. Sample one. Sample one is what it's called. Sample one. Let's make sure we spell that right. Okay, sample one. This is your sampler, right? And this sampler is pretty cool. It does a few things. Like if you have your own sounds and you want to play your own sounds like a instrument, like for instance, here's another topic I want to address. This was in the Discord channel. I was told to hit the 808 tune subject, which may help some of you guys. So if you utilizing 808s or whatnot, let me see something. I'm gonna throw this in here right quick. And I'm gonna explain what I'm doing. So you also have loops, right? You have loops and samples like that comes in Studio One. So you have this is another way of gaining inspiration. You can find stuff and bring it over. I think I want to use that guitar and just build from there. But back to what I was trying to do. a few seconds ago. I was looking for one of my folders so that I could show you guys something right quick. Let's see. Where is it? Okay, files. I'm gonna go to my files and I'm gonna bring in a I'm gonna bring that one in. All right, so I'm gonna bring in the 808. So that's the thing right now, right? There's a lot of you kids that the first thing you probably bring in is 808, right? So this 808 is when you bring it in. Okay, it's already set. It's already set. I don't have to do anything extra. But if you're sampling, because a lot of times when you sample, there's like the root key is not set, the low and the high, the range is not set. You have to manually do that. So if any of you guys have issues with that, like if you pressing a key and wondering why it's not playing anything, and you have a sample in here, the reason being is because this is not set. So this is G8, right? So if I come and say B5 and I adjust this, and I'm gonna bring this all the way. Let's say, let's put it at C, right? And I'm gonna bring this all the way to C. And this is what it looks like typically when you sometimes when you bring in stuff. So you're pressing the key, right? It's like, why can't I play this sound? I just brought it in. Like that's the only note that is playing. Well, that's because you have to set this here, the low. Right? As you can see, the low, the range, you kind of adjusting the range. All right. So and then the rule of thumb with working with samples is different from working with like something that's like a synth bass sound. Like for instance, if I come here at the Mai Tai, I'm gonna go to a bass sound. All right, so if you can hear that, you hear that? Well, probably can't because it's. Okay, I think that's good. I'm gonna saturate it. Now, if you can hear how I'm laying on that note, right? I'm laying on the note and it's continuing to play. And it's continuing to play at a quality that doesn't depreciate itself. Right, as long as I'm pressing, it keeps. It's this technology called round robin. It's like I'm not going to go deep into technology, but it's like it's something in the background that allow it to do that. With the different yeah, it's a synth type things. I'm not going to go there. However, when you're dealing with a sample is different. Because a sample has a start and the end, and that's pretty much it. So you got to be careful, right? There's a start and there's the end. And a sample could be very long, it can be very short, but there's always a start and an end. It's going to hit that point at some point, right? So you got to be careful when you're dealing with samples, because if that's the case, you're trying to, so. Also, samples works differently because if you go the lower you go in octave, the longer the note will sound. The higher you go, the choppier it will sound. So, for instance, so the higher I go, then the lower I go is longer. Right? So when you play around with this stuff for a long time, you'll kind of gauge what you will have to do. But for like what I'm going to use it for, I'm okay. I don't need to extend the note for a long time. All right. So let's go to the Q&A and just make sure that we good. I want to answer any questions that may have came through right quick. So I definitely do not want to neglect you guys. So first of all, I appreciate you guys watching. Thumbs up on the video if you guys gaining any insight. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Subscribe to the channel. If you are not a subscriber here, subscribe to the channel. What's up, We Records? Thanks for all. Absolutely, no problem. Hazelman says, does my kick always have to be in key? It depends. It depends. Now, when you say kick, are you talking about 808 kick or are you talking about just a regular kick? It just really depends. For the most part, if you're talking about 808, and I'm gonna show you how that will sound. I think the best thing is that it's in key, especially if we talking about an 808, something like that. That's a melodic sound, even though you can use it as a kick. This is like right now in 2021. A lot of people are using this kick, but it's also like a bass line. Like it has to be in key. That's the rule of thumb, right? It has to be in key. But if it's just a regular, like an attack kick, like a choppy, like a kick, like a regular kick, you don't have to do anything to that. But again, it just really depends on what you're doing. It really depends on the kick that you're using. I would have to hear, you know what I mean? Like if you're questioning how a kick is supposed to sound, then you definitely want to join the Discord and we can chop it up there. I have a section on there where you guys can show me your beats and I'll listen to it and critique it and tell you what's up, yay, nay, that type thing. So definitely want to be on Discord. So I'm checking through the Q&A. I'm checking. It's also a scale highlighter on the side of the piano. Yeah, that's a good point, Javion. That's a good point. Javion said that there's a scale. This is called the piano roll. Okay, so real quick. So this is the arranger window, right? This is the browser section over here where we got the different, we can go to your instruments like this, go to your effects, like your EQ, your compressors and whatnot. And as you can see, I have a bunch of stuff. Then you got your loops, then you got your files, and then cloud stuff. You can connect like that. There's a shop here if you're interested in like going through some stuff. And all this is in Studio One, which is really cool. And then here's your pool. Your pool is pretty much all of your audio information that's within this actual project. And then if I come out of that, here's your arranger. This is your arranger section. This is your information tab, right? And then down here is I call it the piano roll. I'm kind of used to that. It's the piano roll right here, because when we start inserting things, you kind of see. And if I click on audio, then it becomes the audio roll, I guess. I guess that's what you would call it. And then here's your mixer section, which is cool. See, this is familiar if you're Pro Tools, right? Maybe Logic. You're familiar with this layout. But you can also change it. You can change it to make it look like a mixer view. Right? And then you can also change it to like have your plugins come in on the side. I don't have any plugins right now, but if I was to put something in here, oh, I don't have to put anything in there. So if I click on the side here, there it will come out on the side. So your plugins will be on the side. This is a little button you click, and your plugins will line up just like that, right up in here. Just kind of keep everything condensed. You know what I mean? So that's another way, which is really cool. So if if you don't like the whole idea of your plugins coming up like that, you can also resize this, right? Yeah, I mean, there's a lot. It's a lot going on right now. I'm just trying to give you guys like the basic stuff. I also do one-on-one sessions. So if you guys want to get into that, that's something I do as well. I feel like everything else is starting to get into like the technical world, but I did talk about the interface. I did talk about it at the beginning of this video. So this is like the way you can monitor your input gain right here, because this input is selected and you can see what's going on as it comes in, right? But I'm not looking at that. It's my instruments. Yeah. So this is getting this is getting into the technical stuff. So that's not that stuff is not important right now. Let's make a beat. All right. So I'm gonna slow it down. All right, so let's go 90 BPM. I'm gonna turn that down, and I'm gonna set my loop here. I'm gonna set the loop so that we can loop over and over. So the way you do that is you just come to the top, and you can set your loop just like that. Just wherever you go, you click like this little. It's like a little shaded area, and that's how you create your loop. So you can go backwards or forwards. It doesn't matter. Wherever you click, your loop is being created. So I'm gonna go 4 bars just so it can loop. All right. So I'll say one thing that you want to get into good practice is just labeling your tracks. I promise you, when you start labeling your stuff, it makes your project more successful because you can find things easier. So I'm gonna go ahead and just label this as guitar. All right. And I'm gonna throw this on the top. I want this to be the top one. So guitar, you can also change the colors as well. That's something else we can do, which is really cool. And I'm gonna move this one. I'm gonna call this sample 1. I'm gonna call this my bass. So now I'm going to go ahead and enter my bass. So it's very important that you follow the key, the note, you know what I mean? So right. Let me add a little fuzz to this here right quick. All right, I'm gonna turn this mono. Now this mono is good for like what I'm doing, like bass. And basically mono means that Like I told you guys, mono means one instead of two, like stereo's two. But in this case, mono means that only one note could be played at one time. It's like a polyphonic type deal, like one note, one voice. Meaning that if two notes are going, if mono is on, it's not going to play more than, let me see if I can show you. As you can see, looks like I'm playing two notes or 15 million notes, as you see, right? But if I got mono on, it's only going to play that one note at a time. But if I turn it off, right? So it's playing several notes at the same time. So if I turn mono, and this is great for like bass lines anyway, just so it keep one note from clashing over into another note. At other times, the release might be open. Cause I will do that too. Like instead of like holding a note, I will open the release here and it's just playing. You know what I mean? The release is wide open. I'll explain that later if you're stuck there. But the release is wide open. And I'm gonna tell you what that sounds like. Well, I'm gonna show you what it sounds like if I uncheck mono. Now watch this. You see how they're clashing? If you're listening through headphones, that just doesn't sound right. Right. So if I turn mono on, now I can do it. It's much more cleaner because mono is the next note is chopping off the last note, if you understand how that works. All right, so yeah, little side note. Trying to see what I want to do. So let's record that. Oh, another thing is with a metronome. Now to get the count in, I like to work from count in. I think it just sets you up for better success. So I'll turn this little pre-count thing here. It's not on by default. I don't know why Studio One does that. Maybe there's something in the settings that can turn on pre-count by default. I find myself always clicking this button here. So at the bottom where it says metronome, I'm gonna hover my mouse around it just so you guys can see. So this area down here, metronome. There's this circle here. You click on. And then there's this metronome here. You can click it on and off, but I made sure that that's on. And then there's this wrench icon here, this tool, and this window pops up. So you definitely want to make sure. Now for me, the way I'm set up is I have pre-count on checked, and I don't have anything checked. So if you're say click and play, I mean, if you like it to click and play, that's great. But for me, metronome means that I'm recording. So when I hit a metronome on, that means psychologically, I'm not going to press a key because it's like I'm recording. So I don't want to make a change unless I'm recording, right? When I hear that the metronome going, I'm recording. So basically what that means is this. So if I hit play, right, it'll play. You don't hear the metronome, but if I click and play, you kind of hear it. I'm gonna turn this down so you can hear it. So you hear the click, right? So this is technically checked. It's not recording, but for me, I'd rather have metronome on when I'm recording. And then when I hit stop and play back, I don't want to hear the metronome. That's just the way I work, right? Some instances I'll turn this on, but not often. It's like 99% of the time, this is how my setup is. So when I'm recording, here we go. 2, 3, 4. Right? So I toggle record off. I don't hear the metronome. So now when I want to like play around and do anything else, I can do and not worry about me recording because I don't hear the metronome. So that's kind of how that works. All right, so if we was to visit quantize, the reason why you would want to quantize is for this style of music, it's just to lock everything in place. So I don't have quantize on, but I can turn on input quantize if I want everything to lock in place as I record, which is something I usually do sometimes, but sometimes I don't. But in this instance, input quantize is not on. This is how you toggle it on and off, right? Boom, boom, boom. You toggle it on and off. I'm going to highlight all of these notes, and then I'm going to hit Q. Now, my quantize is set up for when I hit Q. It might be different on your system, so you want to check that. But if you want to quantize, and like for me, like I said before, guys, in the beginning of this video, I set mine up that makes sense to me, right? That's just kind of how I set mine up. If that's something you care about, you want to quantize, you want your key, you want to change it, so you just type in quantize here, and it should pop up any moment quantize. I'm not sure why it's not popping up now. Okay, there we go. Quantize. I guess I was looking at something different. All right, so let's see. Looks like okay, here it is. Event quantize. That's what we're looking for. So there's a lot of quantize here. So you got to be careful for which one you go for. So I was able to identify this because I know that it's Q is my command for quantize. So Q is quantize, and so it's for event quantize. So if you care to change that, I think it's different by default, but I'm just kind of used to Q being quantized. All right, so the first note didn't record, so I'm gonna just double click that in there right quick. And back to what was it, Javion's point, or was it Devin? Now I'm calling people. Yeah, I think it was Javion. So back to his point, you can see the key right here, and you can also like change up your you know what I'm saying. You can have this thing to recognize the scale that you're in. You just have to turn it on, and you will see a representation of the scale, right? I usually don't use this because I just hope that personas will like make this count. I would like my keyboard to reflect if I turn on scale, then you know what I mean. That would be really nice if we can take DAW integration to a whole nother level where once I turn this on, the scale on, it will reflect on my keyboard as well. But right now it's not doing that. But the cool thing about this is that because I have scales on, when I hit a note, it highlights. You can see a highlight on screen. But if I hit a note that's not in the scale, like this is not in this harmonic minor scale, which is C, you don't see it. It recognizes it as the input chord, but it does not come up like this one does. You know what I mean? So I guess that's a good way of knowing if you are in the scale, you could do it like that, but now if you have the SQ, the chord section on the SQ will reflect the way I would like Studio One to reflect. Now, if you was to set your different things on the Atom SQ, then you can select the scale. I don't have a camera angle on it, but you could select the scale and it will black out the key that's not a part of that scale. So that's the good thing about having the Atom SQ, because the Atom SQ is more advanced. It's probably more advanced than Studio One in terms of like feature and what it does. So one day I just know that Studio One will be caught up, and then we could do those type of things. But as of right now, you know what I mean? As of right now, it's set up to do just basic stuff right now. So all right, so if you was wondering what that was, like this little it's like this little layer area, that goes into the complicated conversation. I don't want to really talk about that, but layers is another thing that Studio One can do. Something that I use sometimes. It goes into a whole nother section. It's not that important right now, so I'm gonna turn off takes the layers, because that's not an important factor at the moment. But we can definitely get into that, later. All right, let's change that note right there. So that's the cool thing about this. If you make a mistake, you can always go in here and make your changes, move stuff around. So that's the other thing. All right. So what we got? It's an impact. All right. So if I click here at the keyboard, this keyboard icon is what populates the drums here. So when you making beats, my thing is, after producing for so many years, it's all about sound selection, right? So I don't go after everything that potentially sounds good. I go after the stuff that sounds great, that fits the mix better. This snap, I don't really care for it, but I can make it sound better. So I'm clicked. So I'm clicked on the snap. So depending on which one you're selected on, you can make different changes. So I'm gonna open this filter here, and then we're gonna go for a high pass filter instead, right? Because there was too much low information coming through here. And I'm gonna turn it down some. All right, let's see what that sounds like. 3, 4. Now, automatically, I'm hearing something I don't like. But just for the sake of showing you guys how this stuff works. All right, save. So there's another thing that I should have mentioned a long time ago. anytime you're doing anything in Studio One or any program for that matter, you always want to save a million times if you have to, because what happens is that you will be working on something that you really like, and you're vibing out, and if you don't hit save, you could potentially lose that work. And as you can see, I switched my camera angle to fill the screen with me talking to you personally on a personal level. Let you know how important save is. You gotta save your work. Save. I can't stress that enough because I lost a lot of work not saving. Now the cool thing about Studio One is that it has what's called auto saving. It's an auto saving feature. It's something that you have to go in. Well, I think it is in there by default, but you can save the increment of how often it's saved. I have mine set to every 3 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. But you can save yours to save every 5 minutes. But keep in mind, when you make it long, because this is what happens when it does this incremental saving, this auto saving. It's like a little window that pops up to save, because you might be in the middle of recording and it'll populate and be like, oh my god, why is it doing this? And sometimes it can be annoying, like how many times it tries to save. But I'm telling you, that's a lifesaver, because there has been instances where Studio One would crash, right? It crashed. I ain't gonna even front. Studio One crashed. Everything crashed. At some point, something would crash, and then like you'll lose your work. You don't want that to happen. You want some type of save. Sometimes I'll forget to save, and then it's like, oh my god, I didn't save though. But then when I go back to retrieve that, it populates this message saying, hey, you want to go back, you want to use your backup. And I'm like, yes, I want the backup. Now, sometimes the backup is not as the latest. It's just the last auto save before a crash, if that makes any sense. So you may have made some changes or whatever, like between time. And see, that's what I'm saying. If you save it too long, you say 5 minutes, and after the last save, between the last save and the next 5 minutes, if you do something in 3 minutes, 3 minutes into that last save, you're gonna lose that. You're gonna lose all that 3 minutes, but it's gonna put you right back here. See, that's the thing. I hope I make that clear. But the way you do that, just in case you was wondering how to do that, you have to go to preference. You go to preference. And then I believe that is in song setup. I think if I'm looking at it, I might be wrong. Yeah, this is the wrong area. Yeah, you have to come over here, back over here. Sorry, guys. This is something I set and forget. Where is it? Where is it? Pre-record audio. No, that's not it. Where is it? It will be somewhere so simple. I guess I could be explaining all of this as I'm going through. So yeah, locations. This is where your VSTs live. Sound sets. Oh, there we go. In locations. You know, I would have never thought that it would. Okay, so it's in locations. Location, user, data, enable auto save. I have mine to 3 minutes. But if it's annoying to you to have it every 3 minutes, you can expand yours. But like I say, keep in mind, if you experience a crash, I just want you to know. Now, what I do, even though that's, auto save is set, I always get in the habit of saving anyway, like manually. When I remember to hit save, I always hit save. Because when you hit save, that takes on the latest that you did. So that's what I do. Hopefully that made sense, and I just wanted to like point that out to you guys. Um I see Chi Chi. You're very active. You're very very active. I'm gonna need you to dial back a little because you just I don't. We don't need to know everything you're doing. You went to the washroom. You can keep that out of the comments. Just calm down, dial back just a teeny bit, just a teeny bit. Um, because as you type everything that you do, I'm like skipping over a bunch of things you're saying because it's like you could be asking a really good question, and I don't want to miss the good questions. So if you can just like type in what the questions you want answered, you know, I appreciate that. I appreciate it. But I appreciate the love though. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Once again, you guys like, thumbs up on the video, subscribe to this channel. Ron says, forgot about the plugins on the side of the mixer, save some range, window space. Yeah, we talked about that. Yeah, we talked about that. We went through the mixer where how you can change the way it looks. Yeah, we talked about that. By the way, just because that question is up, this is what he was talking about. So if you go to like your mixer area, and that's how I left it actually. Like you can like do it like this. But me personally, I kind of like mine on top. I like all of my plugins to come up on top. I'm kind of used to it like that. You can also like change, resize those as well. Um, and just for that, if I could just throw some advanced features out here, but see, look, this is here. You can switch between K20, K12, K14. You can hold your length. Like this is some other stuff we can get in. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know how many dolls can switch between those different meters, but that's I'm just throwing that in your face. Boom. Something that's really cool. I do this every so often. Well, I just think it's kind of cool. If you guys are into VU meters, I'm gonna just throw that on there. Just let me see. Let me see if I highlight all of these and see if I can just throw it on all at once. Bam. See, like that's just crazy. Let me see. Highlight all of these again, and then yeah, look. There's a VU meter. Okay, one of them sounded like it was off. Maybe that's just me. Let me go back into impact. Yeah, that's right. You say, what about routing, right? I guess we can go there. Like, how do I route? Well, in impact, it does it automatically for you, actually, to be honest with you. Because that's what you see here. Like, what is all this extra other stuff? So I got the kick coming out of here. And then here is my clap. So technically, this is stereo 1, and it kind of comes out of what seems to be the instrument, like the instrument face. Like sometimes it can be confusing because this is impact, but I can go ahead and relabel this as kick. But see, if I relabel it as kick, that's just you kind of relabeling the entire instrument. That's kind of how I view it. if you just missed what I just said, don't worry about it. That went over your head. Don't even sweat it. I'm gonna show you something that's gonna make sense. Because this is a kick, I would rather this come out of mono because it's a mono sound. So the kick is mono because it's centered down the middle. It does not need to be stereo. Now the snap is argument, like it's subjective, I guess, because sometimes there'll be reverbs on snaps, but yeah, there's a reverb. I can hear the difference. So I'll change this back to stereo. So say stereo 2. You can hear the difference. So when you can hear the difference, that means that there's actually a difference. But the kick, the only difference you'll hear in the kick is the volume. If you can't hear like a stereo, like a with sound, you know what I mean? And then sometimes you want to condense something down, like because I've been in situations where the kick, there will be like a reverb or something on the kick that make it sound stereo, and I don't care that it's stereo. I'll just like change it to mono because that's what I want. You know what I mean? So you'll get into the point where things that you do, you change things according to what you want. But for right now, the kick is really in mono. I don't hear no difference, so we're gonna leave the kick at mono. So if the kick is coming out of mono 1 and the snare is coming out of stereo 2, I can come here at the top. I'm looking at the top and there's this arrow thing here, and you'll know what's being active just by the signal. You can see the signal coming out. So I'm gonna deactivate mono 2, deactivate those. And I'm only playing, what's important. So this is the kick, and you have to label it. Kick, this will be the snap. Sometimes you'll find yourself labeling things several times, but that's fine for me because I'm telling you, the way that I work, my sessions will be up to like 100 tracks. And if everything says impact stereo 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, mono 1, 2, 3, 4. You know what I mean? Mai Tai, 2, Mai Tai 3. Just whatever I'm using, and it's like it takes on the name of the actual instrument. If I left everything like that, then I would be so lost. I would be behind. My workflow would be slow, which is the reason why I like to label everything. If you just label everything, you can find things quicker. You'll think that it don't matter now, but it's gonna matter. It may not matter right now. Like if this was a song and I'm fine with that, you may not need to label it because this is only 7 tracks, and it's easy to find what is doing what. But I'll tell you this, if you go into like exporting things, which is another advanced topic, we're not gonna talk about that. I guess we'll do that at another time, but if we get into like bouncing down stems, everything takes on the name. And when you send this off to a mixing engineer, oh boy, you're gonna be in trouble because the mix engineer is gonna cuss you out because they don't like you sending them things that's not labeled. That's why they charge you more. You send me something and I gotta figure out, like you send me 100 tracks, I gotta sit here and figure out what's the bass, what's the keys, what's the organ, what is playing the horns. That's an extra fee because you're not getting to the mix process. You're doing other things that the producer should have cleaned up. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's a whole nother topic. But yeah. Here's another good question. 41 hertz versus 48. Do you know? Okay, so the standard sample rate should be 44.1. That's standard. Um Unless you have a reason to go to 48, you will know. But usually 44.1 is standard right now, unless someone asks for a different sample rate. But the more sample rate it is, the better the quality is. But guess what? The bigger your hard drive have to be, because you got to be, because you pulling in bigger files. And when you go up in sample rate like that, a lot of times, if you think about it, you the basic music that you're doing is not even utilizing those sample rates. The human ear can't even hear certain things. So it's like, there was an argument one time about using 192 sample rate. Well, you better have a system that can handle 192 full of tracks. You know what I'm saying? That's just gonna be one of those things, because you pulling in bigger sample files, and like I say, you may not even need that. Like the audio or whatever information it is may not even be worth you dealing with bigger sample rate. So 44.1 is typical. The stuff you hear on radio are all 44.1. So you don't even worry about that. 48 is really typical for film. Like if you're doing sound for film production, then you'll go to like 48. The tempo I'm at right now is 90. Devin, is the pre-count the same as count in? Yes. I feel like I can get mad to work. Maybe I'm doing it wrong. So let's go back to pre-count. That's a good question. So pre-count is the same as count in. So if I say 1, 2, 4, right? So that's my count in. So if I click here on metronome, wait, the wrench icon. So there's like this icon in the middle, look like a wrench, a wrench tool. So if you go here, make sure you turn on pre-count, and I have mine set to 1 bars. Some people like 2 bars. I have mine set to 1 bar. I don't need a lot of time to come in. But if you want yours to be 2 bars, basically it's going to be 8 counts. So for instance, let's say I set mine to 2 bars. So let's see. 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, go. Right? I don't need that. I don't need 2 bars. I just need 1 bar. Give me 1 bar. That's it. That's all I need. 2, 3, 4, boom. That's how that works. Did I answer your question? Hopefully that helped. Will 2 Games, what's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Yep. Just what she said. That's exactly right. How do you adjust the quantize option? I update to 5 and mine is off a lot now. The quantize? The quantize should not have anything to do with you updating. But the quantize options are right here at the top. Where it says quantize, you just change it accordingly to whatever you're looking for. So right now I have mine's default at 16. I could have used 8 and been fine with it. Yeah, actually, no, 16 would be better. So Studio One crashing all the time. Here's something else that could help. Um, well, there's a bunch of things that can help you out. If you first of all, if you're using a bunch of plugins, that's not a good thing, right? And I'm gonna kind of show you guys what's going on. So the first thing that you could do, like this is something that's like um Studio One try to make a difference in the way that you know it handles the processor. If you go, let me clear out this so you guys can see. If you go to audio setup, you go to processing, there's a dropout protection here, so you just have to play with it and see what's good. Another thing is that my block size is at 512 samples, right? That's good enough for right now. If you guys find that your system is struggling, then you might want to bump it up 1024, 2048, you know what I mean? So the rule of thumb is that if you are using instruments and you playing back everything, the bigger your device block size should be. You know what I mean? Because you're telling your system, hey, I need CPU resources to handle these plugs, these instruments that's playing. So you want to bump up your sample rate, your samples here. Now, when you're recording, it's different. It's the opposite. If you're recording, you need to go down to like 128 or maybe 64, just depending. Now, this will deplete the quality, but it will give you a better result in terms of recording because then like it will cut down the latency of everything. I promise you, if you're trying to record vocals and you're at 1024 samples, you're going to experience latency out of this world. You do not want to do that. Also, you want to use a hard drive that is nothing above 1 terabyte. I would say 500 gigs, 256 gigs, 10 gigs, whatever. The smaller the drive is, the better success you will have when recording audio. What I would do, yeah, you might need the space, right? But here's the thing. This is what you want to do. Here's the trick, yo. Get a small hard drive when you're recording vocals and just dump it over to the bigger hard drive. You can dump it over to the 4 terabyte hard drive and continue working. You know what I mean? And that means just copying the session over and continue working. But when you're recording, you need a small hard drive. And the reason being is the bigger your hard drive is, the more it takes for your hard drive to spin and search your entire hard drive to calculate. It's always working. It's calculating how much space the drive have and what's on your hard drive, that it's not dedicating to the things that's being written to the hard drive, if that makes sense, right? That's what hard drives do. It's always calculating how much it's doing that, and then you trying to record on top of that, you'll be in trouble. So the smaller the hard drive, the better it is, right? That's just how it works. I promise you. So if you guys have that problem, that's what most likely what it is. Get a small hard drive. When you editing and doing stuff like that, you just then you can work from a bigger hard drive because it's bigger. You know what I mean? More space. That's how it works. Also, get a hard drive if you're still buying the spindle hard drives. Also, go for the 7,200 RPMs. I think that's about as fast as it gets before you get into a solid state drive, an SSD. SSD is better because it's faster. It doesn't use the spindle disc thing. It's quicker. It's a different type of technology. So an SSD will obviously be a whole lot better to have. But in the event that that's not the case, because the spindle disc, 7,200 RPM, those type of discs are cheaper. SSD drives are more expensive. You're going to pay what you can get for a 4 terabyte spin drive, a 7,200 RPM drive. You're going to pay that same price for a probably like a 32 gig SSD drive. It's just ridiculous how much those things cost nowadays. But as years go by, of course, they'll just decreasing in price, of course. You know how it goes. But right now, yeah, SSD is more expensive, but they're more better. Yeah, it is what it is. Machine, can you watch YouTube and still play beats? You can watch YouTube and still play beats on Studio One. I'm not really sure where you're getting at, but um, yeah, absolutely. Well, um, I gotta sift through these comments because Chi is like comment happy, laying on the keyboard, just typing everything that comes to your mind. Oh my god! Oh my god! I apologize for that. What's up, music lover? What's going on? From Arizona. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you are subscribed. If not, please do so. Thumbs up on the video. I appreciate that as well. Yo, 561. What's going on? Blue Skis is here in the building. Boy Wonder is here. The whole gang is here. What's up? What's up? What's going on? What's up? What's up? What's up? Okay, I have to remember to set them low before I record. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, if you're not having any issues, then you don't have to change anything. But that is a common thing that happens where if you're recording and your buffer size or your block size, same thing. If it's too high, then you can run into issues. But if you recording and your block size is high and you don't have any problems, then don't worry about it. You know what I mean? But in the event that it does, you know why. Change your block size. You can find some small capacity 10K RPM drives pretty cheap now. Yeah, yeah. How you master your beat in the same project? It depends. It depends. It's possible. It's yeah. It depends on what I'm doing. How many producers have you worked with? I don't know. I can't answer that one. I can't answer. I can't answer that. I'm working with people all the time, so I can't sit here and just count. Like, yeah, nah, I can't even count it on my finger. After being in this game for about over 20 years, you can't count how many people you work with. I done work with so many people. It's crazy. Um, but yeah, to address the question, the um mastering. Well, I have a couple of plugins I use to kind of help me. But say for instance, we do like say we do like stock stuff, right? I think that's a good topic to come from if I'm mastering something. And sorry, beginners, if I'm going too advanced. I'm gonna get back to it though, but like just real quick. Like if I'm mastering something, the first thing I would do is grab a limiter. But if I'm working on several like songs in the album, then I will definitely take it over to the project page because now I'm mastering like several of them at the same time. So it makes sense to have like a project page involved. But if I'm just working on a beat and I'm sending that out, I usually just do stuff like this. I'll have a limiter. Let's go for I want to go for Studio One. Give me the Studio One one. Studio One limiter. Yes. That one. This one. That's funny. Okay. Maybe my okay, that's why I wasn't seeing it. My thumbnails wasn't on. So a limiter always go at the end of everything. So I'll put a limiter on the master fader. And typically it'd be set at 0, but I know better. I'll just set mine accordingly. I guess you could set it at 0. A lot of people do 0, but I have different methods. So your threshold does kind of make it louder. It's like a loud game here. So the rule of thumb is that, you set a limiter and you can make it as loud as you want without it like going past the ceiling, right? So that's the game that you play. So like even if you don't have like the high end limiters, like I have quite a few of them, as you can see, you can just grab something simple like this, put it at the end, and then like some of the other things that I'll do is like put like a compressor on there to kind of compress the sound a little bit, but all that stuff will go before the limiter. You see how I'm building that chain? So the limiter is always last. Anything else you want to add to the mix is going to be obviously before it. So here's a compress on top of it. You know what I mean? If I want it to sound squash, but obviously I wouldn't do that. Take this back to 1. Maybe. And then, you change your makeup against what you lost. So I'm getting a gain reduction of, kind of hard to tell how much I'm losing. Oh, gain reduction of 3.12. So I'll just bump it up back to like 3.12 or whatever. That's how that works. And then I'll probably put like an EQ on it. Put an EQ here. Probably like, it depends. The EQ might go before the compressor or after. Kind of give it some air. All right, just basic stuff. And I ain't even got the bass in here. I muted the bass, but just kind of like showing you like just an idea of like, if I was to like bring this like, the quality higher, I'll always have the CT1 on as well. As you can kind of hear the increase of quality. Yeah, the CT1 is like a analog board simulation. So you got tube, and then you got classic. I like the custom. That's like one of my favorites. But there has been instances where I'll switch it to a tube. Just depends on what I'm working on. But yeah, in this instance, the custom sound pretty good. It add like a little, the circuitry of a board. Now I'm getting bands. like the kick pattern right there. So now I'm going to go in and change the kick pattern, because I like what I'm gonna change the bass to match the kick. All right, check this out. I'm gonna show y'all something really cool. So I'm going to take the CTC off because that does play into the actual, yeah, that the CTC plays into let's just deactivate that. It does eat some CPU here. But check this out. What's cool about this is that if I want to, I'm glad I got to this point. So if I want to like make changes to this bass and the kick, right? I like the kick. I like what the kick is doing. So for instance, this goes into like the editing, right? So I want both. I want to see these both. So for instance, so this right here, that's my kick and that's my claps. Now, I want to see my kick and my bass at the same time. You see that? So all this information down here that's grayed out down and below. All of this down here, that's my kick. So I'm looking at the very bottom one, but I want my bass here at the top to kind of follow the kick, right? So I'm gonna take that one out because I can see my kick down here. So I kind of want my bass to follow the kick. And you could do this for anything. Boom. I'm gonna take that out. And my kick there. Okay, I'm gonna take this one out because there's no kick there. And you can do this like if you're doing laying down notes, chords. It makes it easy to see it. So I just get those out of there. That one can stay. That one can stay. This one can stay. Yeah, that can stay. And then sometimes you can have extra stuff in here. But I'm kind of like, I'm doing something manually. I'm trying to follow something. Okay. I want to add a kick. I mean, an 808 right there. Let me turn this off. Now, this scale here does work, though. Because if you move stuff around and you got scale on, it won't let you put it there. For instance, since we were on that scale topic before, if you guys are following me. So if I move this, I can move it now. But when this was on, it won't let me put it. It won't let me go there. It just skip right over it. So let me uncheck that so I could move it there. So scale does work. Don't get me wrong. It's just that's cool. All right, I'm about to get a little deep. This is probably not a beginner thing. This is getting a little bit more advanced, because like I'm hearing something that I want to fix. So I guess I'll show you guys what I'm doing. So I'm gonna put an EQ on the bass, and yeah, I'm not gonna put it anywhere else. So I got an EQ here on the bass. I'm gonna have this the side chain to the kick. So now I can see the bass and the kick come through at the same time. So the reason why I would do this is just so I can see what's going on and I can make my changes accordingly, so I don't have my kick and my bass fighting at the same time. So you know what I mean? I can do I can make my decisions accordingly. This is why I like Studio One, like simple stuff like that. It's like really dope. And then wait. Those are two different. Those are different actually. That's a clap. That's a snap. Never mind. Y'all get what I'm trying to say though. But let me change this here because that's different. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. See, guys, this is what I meant by like labeling. If you guys are still watching, this is what I meant by when you label a instrument like impact. You want to be careful because I'm thinking this is the kick, but it's really impact. Like, actually, I should be okay because I brought it out individually. Okay, so I'm seeing a kick. Okay, so what's the problem? I mislabeled it. Y'all should have told me, bro. You labeled the kick. You labeled it wrong. Okay, so yeah, it's definitely important that you label things correctly. That's my bad. So, okay, now let's go back. Also, I'm looking at it like, wait. Okay. So now let's put the kick in here. There we go. Yeah, that looked kind of weird at first. So let's start over. So check that out. This is the kick and the bass. You see how they both in the same range, so to speak. This is a common issue. You know when you making beats, you gotta pick which one's gonna ride. I guess this is more so for a mixed engineer versus anything else. But you gotta make sure that like they're not fighting. That's kind of a thing. This is why your tracks be muddy. So again, I'm gonna pull out some of that. And oftentimes when you're doing stuff like that, you kind of pulling out some of the frequency, like the meat of the bass. But see, one or the other has to live. Like, is it going to be your kick that's going to drive the song, or is it going to be the bass that's going to drive the song? You got to pick. It's got to be either or. They both can't be driving the same frequency because they're going to do this the entire time, and that's not good. So as a mix engineer, their job is to pick for you. If you can't pick, then and then when you get your stuff back, be like, dude, how did you get the kick so punchy and blah blah blah. So we'll do process like that, or we'll do side chain like with compression. Like my kick might be pressing through using side chaining through the compressor, which ducks the bass. That's another thing that we'll do. It just depends on what we're doing. But right now, what we're doing here is I'm just kind of like doing simple EQing. And for the bass sound, what I'll do is add like a little fuzz in there. Right? All right, so if usually I'm able to get the drive to come through, but I like the tone that I'm using and I don't want to change it again. So I'm gonna go to a distortion plug somewhere and kind of increase. You know what? You already know. You know what time. If y'all been following me for a long time, you know. add that red light distortion. This is like one of my favorite plugs. It adds so much flavor to stuff that I do. So let's dial back and get like a yeah. That's another trick that we use when trying to get the bass to like push forward in the mix or whatever. Right. But I don't even know how I even got to the mix part, and I'm supposed to be teaching you guys the beginner stuff. That's because of the questions that are coming through. But anyway, let's go back and add more stuff. All right, so we got 4 bars here, and I appreciate you guys for like hanging out and kind of like just seeing what's going on. All right, so we got 4 bars, and this is typical, right? Like you guys are coming up with something 4 bars, and you're like, okay, so where do you go next? Like I'm lost. I don't know what to do next. That's all I got, which is not a problem because I'm gonna show you a trick. Birdman, what's up? Saw you in Ableton the other day. I've been using that more than yeah. See, Birdman, you're on that advanced list, so I don't know. Appreciate you joining though. you on the advanced list. So when I go off in the middle of the woods with that type of stuff, that's for the advanced people, you know. Can you move a note regardless of the scale if you hold down shift? Wait a minute, you saying oh, it's a question. Can you move a note? I never tried that. I just turned scales off. Let me see. You probably can. You probably can. I never use scale. Okay, so let's turn scales back on. Let's see. Right. So it won't let me go there. Let's see. Nope. I got shift. Nope. Let me see. If I try like command. Oh, never mind. No. Nope, it won't let me. Yeah, it won't let me. Yeah, so that's not a thing. That's not a thing. NYC is in the building. What's good? Machine friendly doll. What's a good machine friendly doll to go to for newbies when only being a machine user? I would say Studio One, because I use machine in Studio One all the time. But I'm not really sure what you mean by like doll friendly machine friendly doll, because machine can be seen as a VST instrument in any doll. So I guess the question is, which doll do you like? that you know what I mean. I think that's what it's going to boil down to. Whatever DAW that you like, then that's the DAW that you're going to pull machine in. Um, that's where it boils down to. Because I don't think that there's any more or less features. Um, I will say this now: Logic renders some really cool things that you could do in terms of the transport. So if I hit play stop, it will stop, rewind, and different things like that in Logic. Like there 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 is more that you can do in that term. But I got Studio One to work kind of the same way. Like when I play stop, if it's in as a plugin, because you know how when you're in plugin machine as a plugin inside of of any DAW for that matter, but Studio One specifically, if you don't have it set up properly, then when you hit stop play, nothing happens in Studio One, right? But I have it set up where I can play stop, and Studio One recognizes that even in plug-in mode of the machine. So I mean that's pretty cool. I do like that part. But I mean it just boils down to whichever DAW you like, then use the machine in that. Um Cubase might be another one. I haven't played with Cubase in so long. What's up? KY Kai. What's up? What's up? What's up? Appreciate everyone for hanging out. Yeah, so we just in here hanging out, answering questions. Um, and I'm about to drop something. I'm about to pull something away because something got detangled. All right, got that back on board. Man, I was about to like end my life a few seconds ago. Woo, man, I don't know what I would have done if that had happened. That was crazy. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, any questions you guys got? Just ask your questions. Let me know. Let me know. Let me know. Let me know. We in here. We focusing on Studio One. We coming up with a beat shortly here. And I'm trying to keep an eye on the questions and stuff like that. All right, so back to the canvas here. So it's obviously way more. That's more. That's way too much. Now I cut out a lot of the low end, but sometimes I don't want to do that. So sometimes I'll just go the process of side chaining. Side chain is something, I remember doing the video on it and it was like a process when doing side chain, but it's not. Side chain is it's not that hard. I'm gonna put a compressor on impact. I need to change the name of this here. Or change it to drums. Let's see. Yeah, let's change this thing to drums. Let's say drums. Actually, I need to put the compressor on the bass. My bad. So side chain. I'm gonna side chain the kick. Yeah, the kick. I'm gonna exaggerate so y'all can hear. And that's pretty much it. You see how quick that was. So side chain, the kick, and the bass. That's probably like the most common that I use actually, but it depends on the song. Yeah, but the rule of thumb is just not having the kick and the bass fighting each other, and I could probably focus on that in a later time. It gets a little bit more technical than that. It's not something I can just teach like and just fly with that. We got to actually like you know get more involved in that, but. All right, so let's use my tie since we got it up. I'm going to deactivate that. I want like a bell. And I could bring over like a arpeggiator. Let's see, what key are we in? All right, let's get my keys together. Okay. How about we just use, let's just use since it's in Studio One, let's just use the process of detecting the chords. Detect chords, which is pretty easy and quick. And I'm gonna open that lane up here at the top, chords. And I'm gonna take this and throw this up there. It's like mostly everything is drag and drop actually. And I'm gonna do something crazy right now. So I'm gonna deactivate this. So I'm gonna put a triad chord in here. I'm gonna put just three notes. It's gonna be off, but I'm gonna show you the power. I'm gonna just C triad. Check this out. 2, 4. All right, now that's off, right? And for a beginner that can't play keyboard, this will sound close to that. But no worries, that's not a problem because all you have to do is go in here and say follow, where it says follow chords. Just say you pick either one of these here, and then the notes will change. You see that? And I didn't even have to know the notes. Like, that's real easy, right? You don't even have to know this stuff. You don't even need a keyboard for this. So with this being the case, now I'm gonna turn a page area back on, because this is what I was trying to achieve. Turn this back on and say, right? We change this to bells. It's definitely not the bass. Oh, that's the wrong track. Wrong track, wrong track. All right, so the next thing I want to do here is make all of these notes touch each other, because it's chopping off in certain places. I want them all to touch, and so I'm gonna do this thing called where is it? So I'm gonna open this macro thing up here that I like to use a lot, and say legato overlap, overlap, legato overlap. Yeah, I think that's how you say that. In Studio One, you can save macros, or you can put a key command. So basically, what this is just another page. It's like these commands that can be saved, like within the strip of Studio One. Like, it's a strip of key commands. If this also helps you, and it's just a matter of clicking this button here, just this macro button, right? And I kind of rather, I find this very useful, because I'm able to get to things that I, rather not save on my keyboard. So check this out. Right? Right? And yeah. Right? And at this point, I could do whatever I want. I can put a chorus on here. You know what I'm saying? I could change the sound to do like other crazy, wonderful, magnificent things. Let's see, let's put a chorus on it. Studio One's chorus. Yeah, that sounds good to me. Gave it like a different texture. It don't even sound like it's coming from like a Mai Tai sound. You know what I mean? You went in and just make a couple of changes. All right, so the drums is cool, but I can go in and add my own stuff in here too. So why not? So let me. I didn't mean to get out of that. Let's put our own stuff in here. Let's just start building, I guess. So let's put one in here. let's go back in here. Let's close out that window and now I feel like that instrument, that snare is too loud. And I'm gonna go and say this one is a mono sound, by the way. So I'm gonna say mono 2. Yeah, it looks like it opened up a whole lot more. Okay. See, I can pan it as well. It's like everything is coming out of impact. All right, so let's go back in here and fill it up. I kind of lost my place. Let me find. I can go to loops as well and just type in hi-hats. I'm gonna show y'all that too. So you can just find whatever you need. I just thought I'd go to like I'll take this one. Now this one comes with the loop, but I'm gonna trim it down so I can do my own thing. Yeah, I wanna do my own thing to this one. So yeah, that's cool. Right? And I do this a lot. This is another technique that I do. So don't be afraid to like go after stuff that has a, you know, a rhythm to it already. So no repeat. I know. I hear it. I hear it. I know y'all asking, so how do you do no repeat? Okay, no problem. So here's another icon down here at the bottom. And it pulls this up. So the thing you got to do is turn on. You got to activate it. First, make sure you are on the instrument or that note. This is the hi-hats I want. So then you activate it. And now on a different part of the keyboard, you have to go. Right. All right, let's. sometimes this stuff is off. You just got to try again. Yeah, it's kind of this has to be on. That's the other thing. Quantize. That's why. Right. So let's do it again. Let's try it again. 3, 4. All right, so it didn't catch every time, which is fine because I'm gonna show you another way to insert this stuff. All right, so there's another way you can insert notes like this in here, like for note repeat. So if I got my tool like this, I have to change my tool to this tool here. And by the way, hitting 1, 2, 3, 4 at the top of your keyboard is what changes the tools. So I could say, also you got to change the resolution too, because that helps change the resolution here at the top. And then you can see your grid change. So now when I hit tool here, I go like this. Actually, let me come out of this. I'm gonna erase this one so I could just kind of show you. Let's erase that one. So if I go like this, just drag it, and that's me holding down Option, and it, you know what I mean? Well, of course, that don't sound good at all because I'm gonna erase those out. So actually, that sounds terrible. Let's get those out of there. I don't know what Studio One was doing. Yeah. Oh, I see. For some reason, let's get this back. For some reason, the volume gotten. But by the way, that's how you adjust the volume as well. You just click on it and then you can come down here and change the volume. That's one way to do it. You can also do it here on the side, I think. Default volume. I need to change that. Anyway, you can also click. You can click Option. No, that's not right. Options is what copies it. You have to hit Option Command. I'm on the Mac, so it might be Option Alt for you on the PC. And and the notes change like that as far as the volume. So that's another way to do it too. So right here, I'm going to Option Command also is what brings up this window. I mean, not window, but the pencil tool here. I'm gonna do like that and see what happens. Yeah. And the other cool thing about this, guys, is that you can change the grid. So like if you working from the computer, you could change the grid like on your keyboard. You could set this stuff up. So like on my keyboard, I could change this. I don't know if you can see that, but I could change the grid of like boom, 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 boom. You know what I mean? I can change the grid. So like if you work with stuff like this all the time, you can change the grid up and get this stuff in real quick. So that's a real easy way of doing it. So I can go ahead and grab these and see what it sounds like. Nope, I don't like that. Let's get that back. Let's get that back. Where is it? Where is it? I lost it. Let me just undo that. Okay, it's in that area, so but so it was 16. Put one right there. Yep, and these two. Actually, all of these. Let's take this volume, bring them all the way up. This one needs to come up too. Yeah, see, I don't know. I don't know, guys. It could be because I'm playing with a beta version. So I'll just tell y'all that I am in a beta version. I'm not even in the right version, so. All right, so let's go to the next step. All right, so those are hi-hats. I feel like those are too loud. It needs its own output anyway. And that's probably mono. All right, let's keep going. The drums, let's get that in there. Okay. You can also bring in samples. Just throw it in there, you know what I mean? That always enhances. Now, Studio One does you got to set Studio One up to like read like your samples, like warp them automatically. So the way you do that, you can have Studio One where it warping basically is like making something come in, like a sample come in, and it talks to the tempo. And basically the way you do that is if you go here to song setup, I have my to say stretch audio files for song tempo. So if this is not checked, then when you do that, stuff will come in off beat. Like for instance, let me see if I can do that right quick. If I uncheck that, it comes in off beat, and if it does, I can show you a way to get it back on beat. So I'm gonna uncheck that, say apply, right? And if I don't know how that would sound. See, this comes in all off beat. Never mind, it comes in on beat. It comes in on beat because I guess because this was just how it's set originally. It's kind of weird, but sometimes it comes in like this. Let me show y'all something, right? And the reason why I came in on beat because it was 90 BPM. Let me go to another sample because that's cheating. How about we go to something totally different? Because that's, yeah. That was like luck right there, yo. Like, you lucky. What about this? All right, cool. Let's go to that one. And check this out. You hear that? Yeah, how whack that sounds. That's not on beat. It's just whack. Now, a lot of times you guys will see me do this. Like, I can go to the edge of something, and you have to hit your option on the Mac, and I think Alt on the PC. You can stretch something in place. You know what I mean? And then just duplicate this. And that's essentially what's happening automatically when you have this check. So I'm gonna check this again. Say apply. But it could be done. Sometimes you have to do that. You know, go to edge of something and stretch it in place. You also have these other parameters here where you could change how it sounds. Right. If I change, you kind of hear the difference a little bit. You know what I mean? So, you know, there you go. But I don't need those. I'm going to just erase those. I don't like the arpeggiators, and I just showed y'all that just because it's there, you can do that. Actually, I'm gonna do a little bit to the guitars because we're gonna put like a chorus on here and just kind of bring that out a little bit, and like this EQ effect here. And we need compression. Let's get this compression going. Boom, boom. Let's see what's going on. We're going to come here. Let's change let's change this. That way we can go like this on the side. Wait, what's going on? Why do I still hear that other sample? That's weird. Why do I hear that? I don't know. This is what I want to hear. All the way through. Anyway, back to the guitar. I could make my changes down here too. Look, check this out. It's kind of cool. compression going. Kind of panned a little bit too. Okay, so because I'm gonna take this one out and just throw it to the send, and I'm able to do that real quick because that's just how Studio One works. So now I have a send channel for that. I'm gonna remove it from the insert, and so basically, with the send channel is that I'm able to put like a wet and dry signal on it because I want the original signal, and the chorus. So now we are able to do stuff like this. I still want that, but I can send it, a little bit of it, to the chorus, so it sounds a little bit bigger. You see what I'm saying? Right? And then if I want to send this to like make it even bigger, I could say let's put a reverb on this. I do something simple like this, and I just put another. And the reason why you would do this is because you know, you might want more than one thing to have reverb or a chorus or whatever, or using it in the way that I'm using it, having the wet and dry on there. Some plugins do have it like this here. The Global has a mix, meaning that you can put a little bit on it. You know, you can kind of tame how you adjust it. But all plugins don't do that. So whatever, we just do it like this. So now we got it going to the reverb. So now I'm gonna go here to my files. See what I want to put in next. I'm just kind of looking around. See. Now, sometimes I do stuff like this. Like you could actually create a whole song using samples and put this in here. So this is another way I do stuff sometimes. Get this out of there. Put this right here. Get those. Boom, boom, boom. You know what I mean? I do stuff like that too. And then, like I was showing y'all just a few seconds ago, because I put things in sends, I could send this to a room reverb. You hear that reverb on there? Let's read that. Reverb. And guess what? I don't have to put that reverb on here, so there don't have to be two inserts. You know what I mean? Like a reverb on here and reverb on that and reverb on that. I just got it feeding through one reverb. This reverb happens to be this. This is the only reverb we have on here. And this plays into the actual CPU of your system. Because if you have too many of those at the same time, it will kill your system. So now I get to like say, let's make this a little wet. Just a little bit, you know what I mean? But I would put an EQ on it if I feel like it need an EQ. I think it's cool. It's not bad. Let's play with presence and see what we have. Let's see. Let's go for a bass. I have no idea what to expect. It's just random. See, I use Studio One, and your tips on how to navigate are very helpful. Awesome, awesome, awesome. I love to hear that. That's really cool. D, what's up? Good to see you still making bangers. I appreciate that. I really do. I'm just on here just doing some random. Oh, I forgot. Guys, you got to make sure that you have um gotta make sure you have this off, because this would just trick you. If you forget to turn it off, it's just you know what I mean? You know, you might want to use that type of bass or something. I don't know. I wouldn't use that bass, but you know, you just never know. But I'm just showing you what Presence has in there. I don't know what to expect. Again, it's a classic pick production. It's got some weight to it. Oh, so each instrument has, well, these type of instruments has key switches, which is why we heard a difference so quickly. So I just felt like it's just so much to explain. So sometimes the bottom octaves, like these notes, if you can see what I'm doing on the screen, it changes the tone of the sound. So it looks like this area down here, the C1, C0 area, is the key switches. And then so this note right here is so that B0. So B0 all the way up is the octave that you can play. Nope, actually not. It goes all the way up to, what's this? E4. Yeah, so you can play all the way up to E4. So B0, which is this one right here, and anything below that is changing the actual. Now we in the mutes. It sounds like a muted guitar. Again, if that's confusing, y'all gotta hit me up in Discord. The link is in the bottom of the video. So say we like that. That in, oh, I forgot. So there's this thing called retrospective record, which makes life faster, easier, I guess. Yeah, maybe. Let's see. 2, 3, 4. Because we like that. That sounds cool. Let's see. Let's move that up. Yeah. So I'm gonna take that out. I want to play that differently. Like that. Oh, let's do this. All right, so I put that in there, and here go retrospective. We'll put that in there. Oh, wait a minute. Nope. I'm gonna take that out. I'll do that. I like that better. Take that out. So now if we're gonna do bass, then we gotta make it sound like a bass. Okay. Yeah. There we go. I hit the wrong button. You want to copy these. Oh, what's going on? Working too fast. Yeah, I actually like that a whole lot better. That sounds pretty cool. Why I ain't do that in the first place? I don't know. Cause I'm used to working. Yeah, whatever. Let's keep going. All right. So let's see what else we have. So now we got to treat that like it's a base. And now we got to go out to plugins. So, oh no, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's go for a fat channel. All right, remove that one. So now we can go after some of the cool stuff like tube. And this is all in Studio One. Let's go for 76 on the bass. Definitely punchy. Let's get kill some of that low end. Just kiss the needle just a tad bit, just a little bit, just not too much, you know. something like that. I know I'm all over the place, guys. Like it's kind of hard for me to stay in the beginner phase sometimes because I have a habit of just creating like I don't know. But hopefully you guys are taking something away from the stream. Um, I get carried away sometimes, but I just want y'all to grow, make make cool music. You know what I mean? Do you know how? Do you know how to keep transport in the same spot like Pro Tools? Transport. Let me see. How can I address that? I have to remember Pro Tools, like how Pro Tools works. Cause I don't remember. I don't work out of Pro Tools, so I don't really know what you mean by keep the transport in the same spot. You got to elaborate what you mean by that. When you say keep the transport in the same spot, you mean like on top? I do remember the transport being on the top. There's no way you could put it on top. Studio One is everything is on the bottom as far as the transport. So yeah, everything is on the bottom. I have never known Studio One to be able to like move everything on top. So I don't know. Oh, you mean like start like playing a song at the same spot all the time, like every time you hit play? That's easy. You just go here, like say like if I want to start at 2, I have mine set up. I forget what you call this. Um, what is this? You toggle it on and off. Like, you know what I mean? Let me remember what this is. It's like this little green locator. Yeah. So let me figure out how to do that because I think it's really easier than what I can. Loop active. Is that it? Loop active. Let me see. I think that's loop active. Let me see. Let's go here to transport. No, that's not it. I think it's enable return to start stop. I think that's what it is. I think that's what it is. Return. Let's see. Return to start. Yeah. So that's what it is. So you just go to transport here and go to option and then enable place start marker. I have mines on a key command. So if you want to set this for a key command, you just have to remember that term. So it's called enable place start marker. So just go to your preference and say start. What was it? Dang, I forgot it already. Enable start. Enable. Which one is it? Enable listen bus transport. Enable place start marker. I think that's what it is. So yeah, you just click here, set your key, and then boom. So I have mine set where I could just toggle my eyes on it off. So if I want to start at 2, take it off. If I want to start at 4, I can start it. Right. Yeah, that's how I do it. Yeah. Sounds really good. Appreciate that. Awesome sounds you got there. Native plugins. Yep. I ain't even use anything that I usually use. This is just all stock stuff. The guitar is a loop from the loop section. The bass is from Presence. The drums is coming from Impact. The snare is also like coming from the loops. I have not touched any outside plugins yet, and I'm just so itching to use them. But I'm just doing what I can, trying to make the best of it right now. I hear you, but you covered the fundamentals. I still learn here as I am weak in shortcuts and some editing tabs. I got Notepad out. Yeah, man. It's definitely one of those things that help me speed through my workflow. Shortcuts, because that's actually a thing. It's a thing, and if you're a Pro Tools user, it's a thing to have shortcuts. It's like Pro Tools cult. It's like a cultist in the Pro Tools community. If you use Pro Tools and you come across another person who use Pro Tools, they will smack you in your face if you don't know code. If you don't know shortcuts, it's like code. If you're a Pro Tools user, you need to know shortcut. And people, you know what? I seen people hire people based on those terms. They're like, we're looking for a Pro Tools engineer that knows Pro Tools and shortcuts. Like, you can know Pro Tools, but if you don't know shortcuts, we don't want to work with you. Like, it's a thing. It's actually a thing. I was like, wow. Yeah, you can't be fumbling around because they want speed. And you really ain't got to be good. Just if you know how to get to everything, know how to achieve, you got a job, I don't know. I just observe like what's going on. Like, wow, they really that petty, right? But yeah. The cool thing about Studio One is like I can set my own key commands. And because I've been using Logic, like I was able to like move over my key commands. I was using the Logic and it recognized everything. Like for instance, like glue. Like when you gluing two events together, it's G for me. It might be different for you, like by default, or Q to quantize. I think Q to quantize is not default in Studio One if you get it, but that's default for me because I come from Logic, right? I just kind of move that. But I tell you, it's not Q in Ableton Live. It's like in Ableton Live is like Command U. Like that's just so weird. Like for quantize to me it makes sense to have the Q button, but I digress. You know. R is for record. That's how I set mine up. It's different for its default is different, but again, that's carried over from Logic. So R is like my toggle to record in and out, boom, 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 boom. Like it just makes sense to me to have R to record, toggle on and off. I don't know. That's just me. So I just adopted that into the next phase, I guess. Yeah, Kogar, yeah, no problem. No problem. I hope you subscribe to the channel. I really do. And I hope that you gave thumbs up on the video. I would think you've done that because you received some great value. But yeah, I know that you're responsible. So I'm not gonna even trip out. Be number, you still here? Bruh. Appreciate it. You are right on that. I get that a lot when I was using Pro Tools. Absolutely, absolutely. It's crazy. A lot of times I don't even remember where this stuff is. It's like a set it, forget it. It's like I know where it is. I don't know. It's just one of those things. I just set my keyboard up to do certain things that makes it easy for me to just move around, like bouncing in place. Something I always do. Explode the pictures. Something I always do. So I have key commands. I'll just be like moving. I'm moving fast. So yeah, learning key commands definitely help you move faster in any DAW, in any platform that you're working from. That's the key. That's the key right there. Very helpful. Very helpful. Absolutely. Absolutely. I try to do what I can. Go videos, what's up? How one day. Which one do you recommend for making beats? Atom Pad or Atom SQ? I'm going to say something I've always been saying. It depends. It depends on who you are, where you're coming from, your workflow. Like, how would you like to work? Are you a drum pad type person or are you a keyboard type person? SQ obviously does a little bit more than the pads, the Atom Pad. Um, just the way that it's set up, it obviously does a little bit more. It has a screen on there. The Atom Pad doesn't. This one, you can, like, in terms of workflow, like, you can press in keys a lot quicker. If you're a key person and you're looking for something like small and compact, you know what I'm saying? Small and compact, and just throw in your backpack right quick. It's like it makes sense. It just, yeah, it just really makes sense to have that option. Um, I feel like the SQ is like the Atom Plus, but they call it SQ because it's like, I think SQ stands for sequencer. Like, it's just for that purpose. Um, with the Atom Pad, it's just pads. You know what I'm saying? So you just got to think about your workflow and how you would like to work. So when it comes to recommendation, that's just what my answer is. It just really depends on your workflow. For somebody like me, if I had to pick based on me and how I like to work, I would rather go for the SQ because I kind of grew up with the piano. I still can't play to this day, but I grew up with that, like, concept of making beats on the piano. I like to create chords, like, do my own thing. But if you're not that type of person, like, you like to bang it out and use samples a lot, and you can fiddle your way around on the computer and figure out how to, like, make chords and stuff like that, then SQ might be a waste of time. It, might not be worth it. Just get the Atom Pad instead. You know what I'm saying? So it just really depends on the workflow, where you're coming from. Hopefully I answered that question the best way possible. And then it's going to ultimately boil down to budget as well. I believe I have a link to that stuff in the description area. So if you decide to purchase any of that stuff, just check the description area, see what you can find. Should be something down there, because what it does is it helps the channel. It helps me out when you make purchase through those links, but it don't cost you anything extra. It's, you just you're just telling personas and whoever, like, look, I rocks with Ella. I like that guy. So I'm gonna purchase through his link. You know what I'm saying? That's all that does for me. And I appreciate it, guys. I really do. All right, thumbs up on the video. If you have not had that chance, thumbs up on the video. Also subscribe to this channel if you have not already, as I'm doing stuff like this all the time. Today I just decided to dedicate the stream to, like, beginners, and I hope that I had some beginners on here learning some things, taking away from the way I like to work, actually. Kind of been all over the place, but I'm doing the best I can, you know what I'm saying? What's up? Jubs Beats was cracking. Appreciate you joining the stream. Appreciate it. All right, we got 14 people watching, got 25 likes. Appreciate you guys, man. Y'all just rocking with me, huh? So this is what we came up with so far. All right, so if we're going to continue this, right? If we was to continue doing this, um, so now at this point, we're going to rely on our arranger section, which is something that I like to use. Appreciate that, Jubs. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. If we're going to continue this, you see how easy it was to just like duplicate that, and then now we're going into song mode, like where we just kind of start doing things like this. So intro, and I'll probably say my verse 1, say verse 1, something like that. Let's listen to it and see what happens. All right, so I'm thinking this one is going to be, we're going to say hook. I can also change the color to this, kind of like give me like color perspective. Can change the color to this. All right, so I'm going to take the bass out. That's probably the wrong bass. I let me see. Let's move this up. Yeah, so let's take the bass out. All right, so the drums is coming out here. Gonna take the drums out. Take the bass out here as well. Let's see what it sounds like without this extra snare. This is where I come in and make some changes to the hi. So like the rule of thumb is just to change stuff up. This is how you get a song going. You know what I mean? If you stuck at 4 bars, no problem. Just duplicate them and start making changes to each section. So right now I have the hats coming in, and yeah, I got the hats coming in. And here's another thing. This may or may not be something advanced, but this is another way you can like dial in real quick. So if you got one track, you know, say I got impact and it's like doing all these extra things, and you know you're gonna come back and impact, you're gonna make some changes, you're gonna move some stuff around. And like if you just want it to spell out, like export each thing, like not export, but like kind of have its own line, so to speak, MIDI wise, right? Not yeah, MIDI wise. I have to think about what I'm saying because I can go real deep into stuff and be like, what the heck is he talking about? So I have this process that I use. Like it's called explode to pitches. If you not know what that means, I'm going to show you. So if you right click, you can go to instrument parts, and this thing called explode to pitches. I have a key command, but I'm gonna just click this here. So basically what I did here, okay, so this is my drums. I'm going to change the color to this, say green or whatever. So this could be very helpful. I'm gonna go ahead and label this as hats. Hip, like that's what we're gonna say, hats. What is this? These are my snaps. Snap. And what is this? A snare 808. And this one is, that's my kick. Now, for those of you that understand what I'm doing, if you still hear from the process of where I split everything up via its own channel, keep in mind that this has nothing to do with the channel, the routing. This is totally separate to it, which makes Studio One kind of powerful, but kind of messy, because it's crazy. But I guess it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I ain't gonna bring that up. But the cool thing here is that I can play this, right? So now everything has its own lane. So this is gonna all make sense, because at this point it's easier to like grab this here and say, ooh, I don't want the hat, right? And that sounds pretty good too. It makes it easier for me to go, and visually as well, instead of going in, double clicking and just grabbing a bunch of things that, you know what I'm saying? So it makes it's like visually easier to see things. Now I can go in and say, okay, the hats, this, you know what I'm saying? Now, keep in mind, this is still MIDI, which means that I could be on the snap channel, MIDI channel that is, and I can still insert notes in here like kick, snare. You see these other things, they are still active. So if you get excited, like, ooh, I want to add a hi-hat in here, and you're on the snap or the snare or whatever channel, do know that you could add that stuff there and get yourself confused. So you just want to, if you're one of those ones that keep everything organized, then you definitely want to make sure that you're on the correct channel to add that. That way, it makes it easier to say, okay, I want to take out the snaps right here, or I want to do this to the snaps, or this, the kick, or blah, 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 whatever. That's just how that works. So you mentally, you have to keep that in mind. You know what I mean? It's not like because I explode everything, the kick is only the kick only, right? Because I can, for instance, see, this is the kick, right? I can go in here and I can move everything. You see what I'm saying? Now when I play it, right? You see what I'm saying? So you make sure you make sure you understand that. So that's kind of how that works. So we want to keep that at kick, and but if say like you let's say you do want to add that in there. I mean, you could pick any one of them and add, and you can do the same thing I just did a few seconds ago. So you could say, right, you could add that in there real quick on a kick channel or wherever. You know what I mean? You can put that in there, and then you can say, you can go in and say, hey, explode that. And then you do the same thing you just saw me do, say explode. By the way, when you click on anything, you really don't have to go back in here again. I mean, you can, but it's this thing right here that's called recent items. So it's like, what, 5 things it remembers that you did, 5 steps. So I can click this again and just say boom. So now I just pushed out that extra note that I just add on there, and I'm gonna move this back up, right? And I can get rid of this channel right here because I don't need it. So then I can say open hat. You know what I'm saying? There's several ways you can do this. So like I'm gonna go back here. Right. So that's that. Now, as far as the volume, see, this is what I mean by like it could be messy because if you go and click on and say the kick is too loud, you can't just go in and turn down the kick because this is not really, this is drums. Like it's impact, right? That may not, because we have everything of like routed out separately. I'm gonna tell you this is what's gonna happen. Watch this. If I say, the kick is too loud, let's turn that down. Watch this. You see what you did? you you thought that you turned it down, but you really didn't because the routing is a little is not, the routing is separate now. What you did was you turned down impact, which means anything that's coming out of routing 1 and 2, anything that's coming out of the regular stereo tracks is going to be drums. See, it's see, I didn't want to go there, but you know, it gets a little more complicated. But if I wanted to turn down the kick, it's right here. You know what I'm saying? That's how you have to turn down the kick, from right there. So this hi-hat right here is kind of loud. Let's see. Where is that? So it's this. So that's the extra thing so this is the open hat. So I got to go in here and call that, you know what I mean? Now I got to give it a name in the routing as well. So now, you know what I mean? Yeah, I really don't like that. But I was just showing y'all. Let's take the bass out again right there. And if I wanted to add this in the between, see, now I'm building the song. Save, right? Make sure you save. By the way, if everything gets a little bit like distorted, you can always come and click on this one track. I got my shift button pressed down and click the edge. I'm not going to go to the reverb or chorus. I'm going to leave those alone because those are my effects channels. I'm going to bring everything down at once. Right, I'm turning it just a little bit. All right, so okay. So now at this point we need to be when you listen back to it, you want to refrain from it looping like all the, you know, you got to do something different each time. That's really the thing. Let's see, what does this sound like if I was to leave that bass on. Let me see. I'm gonna mute this right quick. All right. So, okay, I'm getting ideas. So if I don't want to do that, I want the regular bass to play. I'm gonna mute this one. Maybe this one can play. I'll mute this one. So let's check this out. So the verse comes in. I'm gonna take this out because I don't like that. You hear that? It's like a different kind of bass. Let's duplicate that because I kind of like that to keep going. All right, I'm gonna take that out, take that out, take that out, take this out. You know what I'm saying? You just gotta kind of just make different changes. I can come to the edge of this, the arranger, and change that. Actually, I could just, I'll just leave it like that. That's cool. The intro again, or I can just relabel that, say break. Like that. Give it a different color. I'm trying to give it some exotic colors, man, because you know when you working this stuff all day, you know, having some colors going on does kind of give you like inspiration somehow. You know what I mean? So it's cool that I'm able to do that. Okay. So now, like we're kind of coming up on like something pretty solid. So now I'm gonna just looking for transitions now. You're gonna hear some interesting things, but you can't lose focus. I lose focus all the time because I hear something like, oh, snap. Look, check this out. I'm gonna grab that one. Like, what is you doing? You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you can hear things. So I'm gonna turn this down because I know it's gonna be loud. So check this out. I heard something in here. Ooh. Ooh. I like that. Watch this. Yeah, that was kind of cool. I ain't gonna lie, that was kind of cool. Yeah, that's dope. I like that. So we're gonna say effect. That's a transition effect right there. Let's change the color to that. And let's go back here and I'm gonna pick a symbol. I need some type of symbol somewhere. Symbol. Now we're playing with waves. Wait. No, I don't like that. Yeah, let's go with that one. Sometimes you get mad because it's like it takes like all day sometimes to find something, but this works. Let's normalize that so we can get a little louder. Yeah, that's dope. So yeah, yeah, I like that. That's cool. So Now, if it gets too clouded up here, you can always like turn stuff off, like the chords. You know what I mean? All right. I want these drums. I need to put something on these drums to give it a different feel, a different something. So um I'm gonna pack them. And the way you do that is just by right clicking and say pack folder. That's what I did. Again, I have a command for that. And I'm gonna quickly put this in the bus track. I'm gonna call this my drums. And if you don't bust these to a track, you're not gonna be able to see them in your range, no, your mix window. So you got to make sure you. So when you pack them, you just turn it into a folder. That just makes it collapsible. That's all this is. You know, open, close, open, close. But if you don't give it a bus, you got to go here and give it a bus. You can send it to a bus somewhere already, like a existing bus, or you can say add bus channel. This is how I do it, real quick. Add a bus channel. Bam, it's already there. That's what makes the workflow in Studio One a whole lot quicker. I'm going to also change this here just so I can see stuff better. Um, just change this here. That's kind of how I like to see things. Um, no, actually, this is how I want to see it, just like that, because I like to see the plugins on top. Anyway, um, drums. See, there's drums. You can see drums here. I can also open it up in the channel like that. This is how we get to the drums. All right, so for drums, I'm going to need something to hit the drums. And I'm try my best to stick with like stock stuff. Let me think. Will this work? Maybe if we try this tri-comp, I add a little bit more saturation to it or something. Let's see. Let's turn them on. A little more saturation, you know what I'm saying? It is kind of loud. These bells, I need something on them. This is, oh man, and I'm thinking of this plugin I want to put on there so bad, but I'm trying to keep it simple for you guys. Oh man, oh man. Some of you already know what I will put on there. Some of you already know. Okay, okay, all right. I'm just trying to keep it simple. What would I put? There is another like filter plug. I guess I could use that. Oh, it's so tempting to grab these other things. Auto filter. Let's put that on there and see what happens. Let's stay right here, guys. I'm gonna just. I don't really like. That sounds really cool. I like that. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm doing the best I can, showing you guys whatever you want. So if you guys got any questions, let me know. I'm paying attention to the comment section. Appreciate that, J Beach. That transition is fire. Appreciate that. Is it possible to load addictive drums and easy drumming kits in Impact? No, not unless you have samples or Yeah. Impact is just the sampler. And like I say, if you got addictive drums or easy drums, if you got samples that you can pull from there, yeah, you can do that all day. You can do that all day long. I'm gonna turn the snaps down some. Oh yeah, I forgot. I did have the snaps. I didn't um see the snaps is coming out of drums, like the main oh, that's stereo too. Never mind. Let's relabel that snaps. All right, cool. Save, right? That's the main thing. Save. Okay, so we can get off of that and go back here. See if we could find more loops. Kind of fill it up. The vocal. Let's see. Okay, let's put that in there. Let's see what that sounds like. Wasn't bad at all, actually. Let's see if we tune it up some. Oh, maybe it didn't take it. And the way I'm changing the pitch is just by right clicking. If you right click, you could change transpose. So all I did was transpose. But I have a key command for that too. I have a key command for some of everything, because that's something I know I do a lot. So I just okay. So watch this. Let's go to effect. Let's go red light. Let's put that in there. As long as I got red light, I guess I'm okay. Yeah. And then I'm gonna put this one right here. Yep. Let's go back here to loops. So now we're just filling it up, just making some sense out of it. Right there, probably one, probably like right there. This one happens to be like a little bit off beat, so we got to zoom all the way in, and then we're gonna take the edge of this and go like probably like that. It's probably too fast. Go like this. Yeah, let's push this all the way back like that then. Yeah, that's probably a lot better. Then I'm gonna send this to reverb. Room reverb. Let's see what happens. Probably still too fast. Nah, it's too slow. Okay. Let's duplicate that. Let's get that like right there, I think. Push this up some more. All right, so we gotta bring in our stuff, you know what I'm saying? Let's bring this back over like that. Yeah. Yep. Duplicate that again. I don't want that one. Let's say. I need to put this in the drums because that is a drum. That's a crash. Okay, this is a effect. Save. Make sure you save your work. I need some more drums. I need like a filler, like a feel. Yeah, like a yeah. Let's see, what can I find? I got so many samples. I need to silence this thing here because it's getting annoying. Turn off. Hmm. Okay. Okay. I was waiting on something, and I guess when you wait patiently, you'll find it. Yeah. There we go. There we go. Now we cooking with grease. Yeah. Yeah, boy. Look, check that out. And the placement was sweet. Yeah. There we go. Let's see. Let's see. That was sweet. Yeah. That was kind of cool. First, let's get. Mm-hmm. Yep. Know the vibes. You know the vibes. Not so much though. Let's turn down, mix down. Yeah. Okay. That's also a drum. We're gonna put this in the drums. Let's see. Call this the filler. We're gonna also put this down here. No, put it down here. Yeah, 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 yeah. All right. So I'm thinking like the guitar, like I can I want to introduce automation. So that means I want to actually let's just duplicate this one here and bring it down, duplicate that. And on this one, just go default. Let's clear it, but I want to use automation for this one. So that means that um this one, no, this one. So basically what I did was I touched something. I touched anywhere, any parameter. It makes it read like as far as automation. So some guys like if you guys see some of the like tutorials on YouTube, you'll see some guys go in and they'll go and say add automation like this. You'll see them do that. I mean, you could do it like that, like in this window here. I mean, you can search all day if you want to, you know, like, oh, I need, the Pro EQ and go and find. But I find it easier to just click. I can say, boom, click. And as you can see here at the top, it reflects the automation. If I click here, it's going to change. It's going to say um, low filter, the Q, and mid range filter. You see what I'm saying? If I click here, is the high pass filter here, or high cut. Oh, not high pass, but yes, it's a high cut filter. And then once you click there, you can either hit this button here and say the hand. The hand is what you're looking for, or you can click this hand right here. Like it don't matter. Both of them is the same. I usually pick it from here. It's easier, I guess, but now you know. So what I did was I brought that hand down, and now I activated this frequency, the high cut frequency. This is what I want to achieve. So when I come here, in this part of the song, I'm gonna click here, and I'm gonna click here. I don't know if you guys can see that, but so get out of that. So what I did was I clicked the edge because I kind of want to do something like this, where like if I click anywhere, like the top part of a region, it actually act as an anchor point, or like the, I don't know what you would call it, but it select that frequency or that automation line, and I can pull it down. And so now, but first I have to turn it on, right? That is the goal. Gotta turn this joint on. So it's got to be on. So it doesn't sound that great to me, but this is how you do it. Let's say, I guess if I'm gonna do that, I have to do the same thing to these bells. Instead of going to the browser window, I'm going to copy a EQ from somewhere else and put that over here to the bells. Wait, where's the bells? The bells is right here. Right, so I'm gonna go put the bells right there. Yeah, I'm gonna go default, save your project, right? And then I'm gonna do the same process here. Click here, drop down, grab the hand, boom, and we in business. Definitely want to make sure you turn it on. And so now in this section, I'm going to say click the edge of that, click the edge of that, and then bring this joint down just like that, like boom. Let's see. Yeah, that's cool. I think I like that. The toggle back and forth is automation. I mean, A for automation. That's how you open up the lanes, automation lanes. See, you can see the automation going on. You can also see the automation going on in the background if you zoom in. Well, you're supposed to. I guess I don't see it because it's not doing much. Okay, I thought you could see it, but you could see a little something in the base. Actually, what is that? So in the base, we click here. You see that little like gray line, like a L, whatever. When you see stuff like that, that means there's something going on down here. It's an aftertouch type deal. I don't remember what I was doing. Do I need that? Yep. I feel like uh we could probably add some strings in here. So let's go to presence. Wrong section. So presence. Yeah. Presence string. Um staccatos. All right, so we're gonna spend a little time in the hook section and look, I didn't even know if that's what I want, but I like that. And because we have retrospective record, I can just go ahead and punch that in there. So I'm done, pretty much. I just gotta make a couple of adjustments. Follow. Well, not follow. What is this? I'm gonna link the top arranger to the bottom. You see, the way you do that is by hitting here. If you don't do that, is you can do this. Move this side to side, and it won't touch the top arranger. But I think I want to just do it like this for right now. I'm gonna turn off follow because I don't. Actually, that's perfect. I thought I had to make changes to the notes. I kind of like that. Sometimes you just, get lost. Okay, let's record that 2, 3, 4. Yeah. I want to duplicate that. Duplicate complete track. And I want to do something different with this one. Let's make a violins, legato, no, staccatos. All right, let's see. So this is a higher register right there. So that means I can go in here and okay, so then we need the violins, and these are, what did I say? What are these cellos? Cellos. Let's just call them cellos. I think that's what it sounds like. Cello. Right now, we have enough to just call these strings. So that's going to be the strings. And if we make the height a little bit bigger, we can create a bus. Boom. So now we got a string bus. Oh, we need a boom or something. Where can we get a boom from? I think I have something. I have something. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. So this will go into. So this would be, these two would be like the effects. I'll put stuff in folders to keep everything organized. So I'll label that as effects. Also, when you need to bounce these down as stems, it it definitely makes sense to have it like this. That way you can, yeah, when we get to that part. It might be confusing right now. All right, let's see. Say 1, 2. I think that's right. Yeah. Got a little boom in there, you know what I'm saying? Get a little boom in there. Okay, let's put a fade on the edge of this to avoid clicks, pops, stupid artifacts. Okay, so should that be there as well? I don't know. Let's see. I don't know. Maybe not. Because I already got. Yeah, I don't think it matters. But it will matter if I put it right here, I think. Let's see. Yeah, that sounds cool right there. And I can't believe you guys are still hanging out with me. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you guys for still hanging out with me. 7 of y'all still hanging. The rest of y'all fell asleep. Like, man, that dude right there, you know, he can go all night. And I'm gonna keep this going. Let's take this, duplicate that, and maybe a full or legato. Let's see what that sounds like. And then I could take this MIDI and just get rid of it. that in there. Oh, okay, maybe not. Sounds weird. Yeah. Huh. I guess I'll just leave it off. I'm not gonna balance it. I already got it coming to reverb, so that's fine. All right, let's hear what this sounds like from the beginning. Oh, I hear a change that needs to happen immediately. So, got to cut this right here. So give it. Yeah, like right there. Let's see. Yeah. Maybe a little bit like between. Yeah, that's cool. I have no idea what happened. It sounded kind of cool at first, but where's that coming from? Dang. That might be a glitch. I don't know what's going on. Oh. I don't know why I'm not seeing it. It's coming in from here. Dude, that's... I only have 2... Okay, it's coming out of... What? Okay. That's interesting. That's really? Maybe these got... Okay, that's gotta be some type of twisted... Yeah, it's kind of twisted. I don't know what that's about. I fixed the problem though. All right, let's see. Let's reactivate. Let's check everything. So we got the limiter up. We're not gonna do any of that. Gonna leave the ceiling on. Leave that on. Let's get the compressor back up. Pennies. Back to default. will be a good one. Multi-band compressor. Get that in here somewhere. So I'm going a little bit beyond the beginner, so forgive me. Not too much on there. Okay. That's what it sounded like before. It sounds a little better to me. So that's if you're using everything stock plug-in. I could put a fat channel on here to kind of make this thing run through. You can add a little noise in here too. Channel. Let's see if a fat channel would add like some more flavor. A little more. I need like a tape. See, Studio One doesn't really have a tape. What if I put it through a passive, or let's see what this is. Alpine. There is a expander. I'm just trying to think of anything that could help. No, of course not. Why would you put that on there? Not an expander. Gosh, I forget. I don't really use Studio One. There's certain ones I use and certain then others I don't. Let me see. Dual pan. What a dual pan. Flanger. I know a flanger works. Yeah. Just maybe a little bit. Let's see. It could work, but you know. Tricom. The Tricom probably works the best, probably, because of the saturation in there. For what I'm trying to go for. Phaser might work. I don't know. Let's try the Tricom. Where is it? Little saturation. It push it forward a little bit. Yeah. One like a dual. Yeah, let's add this dual pan. Not really doing it. Nah. It's weird, right? But I'm pretty much done with it. Like, you know what I mean? There's only so much you can do with stock plugs, but that's enough. That'll at least get us there. through making sure I ain't forgetting nothing. Ooh, channel strip. We ain't tried the channel strip yet, man. Let's try that channel strip there. Let's see what that does. That's one thing we didn't try. Probably should have put this on drums. Yeah, it's cool, you know, it's cool. Yeah, I mean these different plugs, they cool. It's there. Is there. That's about all I can say. Is there. It you know, it does something. Yeah, it does something. The scope. I don't know if I ever used the scope before. What is the scope? What is this thing? It's like a spectrum meter or something. Yeah, it's like a meter. That's what it looked like. A meter. Yeah, that's what it is. Kind of cool. I'm not really sure. I've really never heard anyone use this, but it's there. I don't know what the scope. It's a scope meter. It's not really changing the sound or anything like that. It's a scope meter. That's what it do. That's what it do. That's what it does. That's what it does. That's what it do. Javion, man, you still here? Appreciate you still being here, man. Ron, my gosh, you still here too, bro? This is a good example of getting a full record with just a few key sounds. Know your tops. Yeah, absolutely. Beginning, it don't take much more than the vision and knowing the right tools to get there. I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that. I really do. I really do. I'm out, y'all. All right, Ryan. 30 to 45 minutes to go over my notes. Hey, look, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I don't know what gotten over me. I just decided to go live. We were like, what, almost 5 hours in. I wanted to go live and help you guys out with like production stuff. I'm always going live, but like, I don't know. Don't really get a chance to visit the beginner, like really dialing in from a beginner. I've done that a long time ago, but I don't really work from Studio One stock stuff like that. Like I have a bunch of stuff that I use, as y'all can see me sifting through all of the stuff I probably use, right, and then laying on persona stuff. But hey, you can get it done. You could definitely get it done here in Studio One, stock stuff. You got a rotary here, a rotor. Like, oh my God. If you're dealing with an organ or something you want with that rotary effect, you can definitely do that here. I just know that there's something else in here that kind of like, but if you want to go even deeper than that, then there's this thing called this is other thing. Like if you go in here, you can also split stuff. There's another section that you guys probably didn't know anything about. And then you go in and then just split stuff, and get that. Probably get a wider effect this way, a wider stereo, whatever. You could change things up like channel split, frequency split. You could put effects based on that. You know what I mean? Channel split, frequency. You can like put an EQ on a specific frequency. You could put an EQ on just the left side or the right side. Like it gets a little crazy. Like Studio One can go there. Studio One can go there. I'm gonna take this one off. Let's get rid of this. Let's remove it. Yeah, Studio One can go there. But this is the basic stuff. We're getting into mastering territory now, but and it really don't take all of these plugs to be on the master fader. I was just playing around with some of them. Like this scope don't even have to be on there, and take that off, disable that, remove it. This compressor, I could take that off because I really wasn't using it. I made that tricomp kind of do some stuff, add a little saturation in there. This thing sounds pretty good actually. Then got that multi-band in there, and it kind of like I kind of hone in on multi-band compressor is just what like it's like an EQ, but you can make this thing punch. Like you can have frequencies punch. It's like a EQ. It's like a compressor for the EQ, compressing EQ different EQ frequencies. That's basically what it is. It's like compressor and EQ all in one. You know what I'm saying? Um, so that's what this is. And then with my EQ, I just kind of bumped a little bit in the middle. That's really it. Like I didn't really do much. I don't even know what this flanger is doing. It's doing a little bit to it, like just slight stuff, just little bitty things. Like this. I guess this is like giving it a little air, but the compression on here is like whoa. Now it sounds harsh. This is the part where you can just grab everything and bring it back down. Seeing what everything is doing. It's all types of ways you can just, get a good. So if that ever happens to you guys, like if you was to like go so far into something where it's like, oh, it sounds terrible. All you gotta do is just dial back, start bypassing plugs, seeing what it sounds like. You can also select everything, bring it down. You know what I mean? Less is more. Less is more. As you guys can see, I was just playing around and seeing what I don't usually play with these plugs, but it sounds good enough to get you to this point, right? So that's all that matters. But like I say, thumbs up on the video, subscribe to the channel if you have not done that. If you are watching right now, hopefully all of you guys that are watching are subscribed. That's a good thing if you are. If not, then please do so. Appreciate that. Thumbs up on the video. We building something here, and just hope that you guys man, I'm like pixelated. What's going on? What's happening? I'm choppy. Hopefully y'all guys still hear me. Anyway, we're gonna end it right here. I appreciate you guys. Look, until next time. We're gonna do it again tomorrow. I don't know. Might do a little earlier than usual. I don't know. Midday. Something like that. I don't know. Anyway, my name is Elip from Creative Sound. Remember, guys, music is art. You the artist. Paint your picture. Stay creative without rules, guys. We're going to end it here with this song. Special song from my heart.